Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the Board of Education, my name is Van White, and I'm here to greet you. We hope that your evening and your week has been going well, that it's been filled with blessings and not so many burdens. We also are extremely glad that you've decided to join us in light of the fact that you probably have a lot of other things on your plate. And we have a lot on our plate tonight. And we really appreciate it when members of the community tune in, not when there's a crisis at 131 West Broad Street or at one of their schools, but can proactively engage with the district and its representatives and its employees when we're just generally carrying out the business of educating children. That's really the best time to see us and to perhaps build confidence that we are indeed trying to be better stewards of your children's education. So that having been said, I'm calling this meeting to order. And then the next thing that's on our agenda, unless there's some objection from one of my colleagues, is to hear what members of the community have to say. For those of you who aren't familiar with our process here, is nearly every meeting, we set aside a time for the members of the Board of Education to hear what people have to say. After these, I think we have 4 speakers today speak. You'll hear some instructions and guidance from our clerk with respect to how you too might be able to voice your opinions and concerns or ideas to the Board of Education. So without further ado, Madam Clerk, I understand we have 4 speakers.
We do have 4 speakers tonight. That is correct.
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead and introduce them and we'll start to hear what they have to say.
Wonderful. So our first speaker tonight is Mr. John Wellahan. He is a community member and is addressing the board regarding the topic of racism. Mr. Wellahan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Alrighty. Good evening, board members, and thank you for being here tonight. My name is John Wellahan, and this is my 7th year working at a CBO as a pre-K teacher. And I'm here tonight to share an anecdote from a Zoom lesson this last week. So every year we read the book Goodnight Gorilla with our students, and the main characters in this book are a zookeeper and a gorilla pictured on the front. Without a doubt, every year I have students who identify the zookeeper as a police officer and the animals' cages they identify as jail cells. So we always talk about this a little bit. We talk about, the role of a police officer. We talk about a zoo, who's been to the zoo. We talk about the role of the zookeeper. And the conversation kind of wraps up. The zookeeper's job is to keep the animals safe, and those are the animals' houses. So this year we had the same conversation, and then we went on to engage in many different lessons and activities. The 3rd time that we visited the text, I wanted students to summarize what had happened in the story. 2 students shared details about what had happened, and my 3rd student to share says, I think this time when we read that book, the police gonna shoot that black man. I think this time when we read it, that police gonna shoot that black man. So folks, I've been having a really hard time with this one, right? Not just because my student knows about the reality of police murdering black people, but what's been especially hard for me is the way that she said it. She said it so matter of fact, she said it in the same tone, the same way you'd say, he's wearing green. She said it casually and honestly. That police is gonna shoot the black man. So this notion at the age of 4 is so ingrained in her that even though we had completed 2 lessons talking about this book, she's so preoccupied with the idea of a police officer shooting a black man. We know that we live in a society with systemic racism problems that need to be addressed. Schools are a part of that society, and therefore this problem needs to be addressed within the schools. Educators need to know how to support our students in times like these. This summer, when I noticed that there was no professional development around the topic of racism, I wrote to the head of the department. Robin Hooper responded that there wasn't enough money in the budget for anti-racism professional development. And when the head of a department tells me that, what I noticed with the statement is that we have a budget that's prioritized something else, many other things, over the safety and protection of the lives of our students. For years, I've received resistance from leadership in the RCSD when I've been trying to explore this work with our students. For background on that, check out the comments I submitted to the August 11th meeting. But I cannot accept an answer, there's not enough money in the budget to do this work. Because to me, that reflects the department that doesn't care about our Black and brown students or a department that doesn't have the critical thinking skills to adjust the budget to do this work. If the RCSD early childhood department is actively failing our students when our teachers are not being given the tools and skills to engage in conversations like this, to help our students process and heal through trauma, to help
Mr. Willihan, my apologies. Your time is up for addressing the board, but please do, if you can, if you have additional comments, please submit them in writing, and for all board members get them.
I just need the board to help put pressure on the district to engage in this work, because it's unacceptable to say we don't have money for this type of work. I know that the district is in a crazy financial crisis right now, but this work to protect our students is needed. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, sir. So our second speaker is Ms. Leanne Dupree, a staff member, addressing the board regarding in-person teaching and safety protocols. Ms. Dupree, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was torn tonight because I wanted to present so many accounts from other colleagues and from parents that are concerned with our plan to return in person. So I am going to present to you information from a grandparent in the district today, and I will present one from another educator in the future if I run out of time. I am a grandparent who has 4 grandchildren attending Rochester City School District. I've been monitoring and following their education for years to make sure they receive their best education possible. The concern I have now in the Rochester City School District for students, special education or otherwise, attending in-person classes while this pandemic is going. We are still uncertain when it will end and how many more will contract it. It is not only at this time, putting the students at risk, but also the educators. Are these school buildings equipped with the proper ventilation system and filters to ensure continuous airflow throughout the school? Are the classrooms set up in a manner that will ensure that each student is properly distanced from other students and the educators are protected as well? I chose not to send my grandchildren back to school and to continue remote learning because there is no guarantee of safety by in-person learning. They are just starting to include educators as those eligible to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. Children are not eligible yet for the vaccine, so I cannot fathom the urgency of returning these precious children, special education at that, into a classroom that might do them more harm than good. Please consider your staff as well. They have family and loved ones too, and want to go home to each day. Not having to worry about if they may have contracted something that can harm their families or themselves. I'm going to say one more thing and then I will close. I contracted COVID-19 in mid-November of 2020. I thought I was doing everything right by the book since learning about this virus. Frequent hand washing, social distancing, staying away from large crowds, not touching my face, sanitizing everything, etc. But I still caught it. And after battling with what I thought was a flu or a bad cold, I was hospitalized for days with tons of medicine given to me and placed on oxygen. Only by the grace of God, I'm here alive to tell you no one should go through what I did. It is worse than the flu, 10 times worse. I'm just getting over the side effects of it. You won't take this into consideration unless it hits home or in a way that someone you really love catches it, or trusting parent sends a child to school and becomes sick and blames the school. My sister is a nurse in DC, months ago caught COVID and has some memory loss from that stopped her from properly performing her job. I'm COVID-free now, but have to wait 3 months to get the shot if it's available to me then. I appreciate your time to listen to what I had to say. And that was Miss June Price, who's a grandmother in our district.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree.
Thanks. Sorry, my baby is fussing, so I'll save that. Thanks.
Oh. Thank you for making time to share your information with us, though. We do appreciate it. And I know that you have additional, please be sure to send that over as well. All right, so we also have Miss Kristen French, who is now entering the room, and she's a staff member addressing the board regarding reopening realities during a pandemic. Ms. French? Ms. French?
Yes, I am here. Sorry, I had lots going on.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Last week, there was a speaker who gave specific feedback regarding the first day of in-person learning during this pandemic. The speaker shared concerns relevant to not only the safety of their school, but it unfortunately was true for several others. Instead of this board conveying a joint message of gratitude for the willingness to be transparent, the speaker's message was taken personally and a high level of defensiveness was observed. The only current explanation is there's a strong eagerness to create a false sense of security to the public regarding the execution of the reopening plan. When asked for more participation at tonight's meeting, there was a great hesitancy after witnessing last week's reaction. When giving the invitation to submit anonymous comments to be read tonight, many were received, and I'll share some of them right now. Whatever the plan is, it needs to be carefully thought of, details checked and clearly communicated to parents, students, and staff. This has not been the case. There are improper ventilation systems, and the solution is to open windows, yet we do not all have windows in our classrooms, and it's winter. And there's unrealistic expectations to teach both virtual and in-person with no guidance. The answers as to what the procedure is when students do not wear, there's no answers to when students do not wear masks. I'm extremely frustrated and worried about the safety of our students and teachers. Cases continue to rise in our county, state, and nation at alarming rates. Why are we putting everybody at risk? All of the custodians are out at my school already during the first week with COVID, along with other staff and a student. I am scared to enter the building each morning. I'm also sad because our remote learning was going well and my students were making good progress. Being back, I noticed instant regression. I could actually provide more individualized immediate attention when on the computer compared to being constantly 6 feet away with a mask and a face shield. If it is deemed safe to send the students and teachers back into the building, then it should be safe for you to hold in-person meetings and not over Zoom anymore. You're hypocritical. Also, it was unfair that SPED has to go in 4 days a week without any compensation, yet Gen Ed has only to report for 2. We should be getting hazard pay. When a student presented with COVID symptoms, our school did not have any tests to give. I talked to other staff in some other schools and they didn't have any tests either. This explains why no one in my school has been randomly tested at all. Did the district stop when they discovered 20% of the rapid tests given in the first 3 days were positive? I am extremely disheartened by the decision to move forward with the reopening of phase 2. When it seems our teachers and students are already in unsafe situations for phase 1. There were 7 of 34 positive COVID tests administered by the district during the first week. How is this an acceptable positivity rate? Other districts' test results were published in the news as a source of reassurance about the safety of schools. Do parents know that they're sending their children to schools with such high numbers of COVID? There is a huge disconnect to what is actually going on and what is being reported publicly. How can this be resolved?
Thank you, Ms. French. We do appreciate your comments tonight. Our final speaker is Catherine Rebels. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. She's a staff member who is addressing the board regarding hybrid learning for the district. Are you there, Catherine?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. You do have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Catherine Repholtz and I am an educator at School of the Arts. If the district moves forward with its current plan, I will be expected to return to in-person learning during phase 3. I am extremely concerned about the way that the Rochester City School District has gone about planning and informing teachers, staff, students, and families with regards to hybrid learning. Not only are they beginning hybrid learning during the highest peak of COVID-19 in our community so far, but it does not seem that they have taken into consideration the input from teachers, 81% of whom indicated that they did not feel safe returning to in-person instruction, and families, 70% of whom have elected to keep their students in remote learning and whose education will be negatively impacted by the hybrid transition. One area in which communication from the district has been lacking the most is in regards to training for staff returning to in-person instruction. The government continues to tell us that schools are safe places for students to be. I first believe that this is only true while community spread is low, and that therefore even in the safest conditions, returning to in-person instruction while the numbers in our area are as high as they are is forcing teachers, students, and families to take on a huge physical risk. However, even when community spread is low, schools are only safe if they are made to be safe, and this means that staff needs to be fully trained in all safety protocols. The district is currently calling a half-day remote training that teachers received in September to be their training for returning to hybrid learning. As educators, we know that people do not learn best when they are panicked and anxious, nor do they learn best without reinforcement of the information. At the time of this training, not only were educators stressed and focused on how they were going to begin remote learning the next week, the information from this session has never been reinforced or returned to. Many state guidelines have changed since this training, and the training was missing many specifics regarding how guidelines should be followed. Some of the items missing from this training include how to use the specific cleaning products provided, and many staff arrived to their buildings this week to find cleaning products with no instructions or specifications to determine which type of cleaning product they had received. How to ensure students are distancing while getting on and off the bus or in the hallways and other common areas. What specific protocols to follow if a student displays symptoms in school. How students and staff will be tested for COVID. What the responsibilities are of the staff to ensure that students are following all health and safety guidelines, including consequences for not following guidelines. What the specific protocols are if a student does not or will not wear a mask. What protocols should be followed in shared bathrooms, sanitizing, etc. It is irresponsible and dangerous of the district not to provide further updated training to educators and staff returning in person. Now is not the time to expect teachers to figure it out in the moment. Our health and our students' health are at stake. Lives are at stake. The district must pause in-person hybrid learning at least until staff have been fully trained in all health and safety aspects of their job, if not also until community spread in our area has decreased. Schools are only safe if they are made to be safe. Thank you.
I was muted. Sorry about that. Thank you for addressing us tonight, Catherine. We do appreciate your comments. President White, that does conclude our speakers list for this evening. I do understand that Superintendent Myers-Small has a comment as well.
Regarding the speakers or regarding the update that she was going to give?
No, a different comment, I think.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Leslie, were you going to make a comment?
Sure, thank you. It's a little out of sync given everything that's going on with public comment, but if you'd like, I can reserve it towards the end of the meeting, President White. It's a recognition of a recent change in leadership at the State Education Department, so I can wait.
All right, why don't we just give the comments a little opportunity to marinate and make sure that your comment about this individual will get the appropriate
Right.
opportunity to be heard. So I appreciate you being willing to sort of put it off just a little bit. I did want to say on behalf of the board and superintendents that we appreciate the sacrifices, and I don't know if that's an accurate word, the tough balancing act that people sometimes have to perform when taking their precious time to make public comment. We observed at least one speaker doing that very difficult physically and figuratively and literally, that balancing act of parenting and also trying to aid the board and the superintendents in their mission. And we really do, anybody who's been a parent or an auntie who's held a baby or a stepmom or grandma, grandfather, or a loved one trying to manage a conversation while holding a baby is not an easy thing. And I want you to know, and anybody who's done it and has and the speaker that did it tonight, the board appreciates that because we all have been in that place before. And I think she apologized. And there's not a board member or superintendent that would require an apology. We really appreciate people who make the sacrifices that they do to speak up tonight. I just want to remind folks that we don't respond. And for those who are not familiar with that, usually in a conversation, you think someone's going to say something in response. We don't, because we, as I said, we want the comments to marinate and to just listen. And rather than to respond, sometimes that leads to arguments and sometimes it doesn't. But we just reserve this opportunity for people to speak. Even though we don't respond, we don't want you to think we don't value your comments. There was a number of things today that were said that were extremely important. I know the superintendent and her staff, they take very good notes, and board members sometimes ask questions about things. I know I'm going to be sending a text to our clerk about 2 questions that I have based on something that 2 people said tonight. So again, I know my colleagues take those same kind of notes and submit those same kind of questions. So I just want to emphasize again on behalf of the board that just because we don't respond, it's not that we don't care or we don't value your comments, we do. And then the other thing I want to say before we move on with the meeting is I sent you all, this to my colleagues, I sent you all an email indicating my unavailability at the end of this meeting on a commitment that I cannot alter. And so per our bylaws, Vice President Elliott will close out the meeting and will hand the gavel over to whoever she needs to get us to the finish line tonight. So, all right, next item on the agenda is you, Superintendent Myers. I think you were going to give us an update on your reopening.
Absolutely. Thank you, President White, and certainly good evening to Vice President Elliott, our board commissioners, our administrators, board staff, and others who are watching tonight. Good evening. It's good to see everyone. And thank you for your time. I have been visiting schools throughout the district and certainly in phase 1 and have been incredibly energized by the positive feedback I have received from administrators and staff, parents and caregivers, and most importantly, our students whose smiles will certainly brighten anyone's day. And I wanted to just give special thanks to Aqua Brothers and for their generous donation of smile masks for our students. I also just want to thank all of our staff, principals, assistant principals, teachers, OT, PT, school counselors, custodial staff, clerical, SSOs, TAs, paraprofessionals, and if I missed anybody, everyone who has been involved with the phase 1 and providing in-person hybrid instruction and support to our students. Food service, thank you for all that you've done to enable us to be able to open. The impact is certainly has not gone unnoticed. Tonight, President White, Vice President Elliott, and board commissioners, we are updating you and the public on phase 3 of our reopening plan. We've come before you a few times to update you on our progress. And so phase 3 includes our students who are in grades 7 through 12 who are not in those specialized programs that are in phase 1. Originally, the district had proposed that all 712 students would remain virtual with the option of learning pods for the remainder of the school year. However, after careful consideration and review of multiple plans, we have decided that starting as early as Monday, February 22nd, 2021, students in grades 7 through 12 who have chosen to return to hybrid and in-person learning will do so 2 days per week. And the specifics will be further outlined by Dr. Morris and Dr. Black. The other 3 days will be delivered virtually using synchronous and asynchronous independent learning. Our primary mission, as we all know, is educating students. We must prioritize them, and they do need to be back in school, and that has been reiterated by our medical professionals. We are, however, taking every single possible precaution for the adults who work with our children, and we are monitoring this and will continue to be responsive to the safety and health of all those involved with reopening. I now want to introduce Dr. Janelle Morris, who is our Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, and Dr. Kathy Black, our Chief Academic Officer, who will provide details on the not only academic plan for reopening, but a few other details as it relates to reopening. Thank you. I turn it over to Dr. Morris and to Dr. Black.
Thank you, Sue. My colleague, Dr. Black, and I will go through a few slides, which we hope will provide some information for the board and the public regarding the reopening as described by the superintendent. So the first thing we wanted to discuss is phase 2. Phase 2 is going to be implemented beginning the week of February 8th. So as of Monday, February 8th, all students in pre-K to 6, including our bilingual and special education program students who have not re-entered in Phase 1, would be welcome back to the building in the hybrid model that I will describe now. So these students, all students in any model, whether it's remote or if it's hybrid, will receive 4 days of direct instruction that's delivered asynchronously or synchronously. Wednesday will still be primarily preserved as a asynchronous or independent learning day. Our students who are hybrid will attend their classes in person, and remote students will join in using Zoom for a part of the school day. We will talk about schedules and what that looks like shortly. Then also we will have 2 days that are fully remote for all students, whether they are participating in the hybrid model or they're remaining remote, so that the week will reflect as in the chart below, which shows 2 days in person for hybrid students and 5 days remote for remote. But the hybrid students would join their remote colleagues remotely on Thursdays and Fridays. So you'll see Monday and Tuesday are primarily dedicated to pre-K 6 students, and remote will be following along, so to speak, with that. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we wanted to discuss some of the scheduling that comes along with this model. So for example, for pre-K students who will be attending in the hybrid model on Monday and Tuesday, their remote schedule is presented as follows. So they would receive the same minutes of instruction in the remote model as hybrid students are currently receiving. And you will see that they will have 15 minutes for their synchronous morning message or their greeting, 15 minutes dedicated for a synchronous small group ELA instruction, as well as 15 minutes for a synchronous small group math instruction. The synchronous large group will be presented for music and movement, and then 30 minutes will be dedicated towards work time such as plan, do, review, and facilitated play. So the hybrid students will attend in person from either times of 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And on Thursday and Friday, as described, all students will follow the schedule remotely. Next slide, please. So for kindergarten and through third students, once again, Monday and Tuesday will be the days that they are in the building, and 15 minutes will be dedicated for them to have a synchronous morning meeting, followed by 60 minutes of synchronous ELA and 60 minutes of synchronous math, and then 30 minutes synchronous or asynchronous special, whatever the special is for the day, and then 30 minutes synchronous, asynchronous science and social studies. And the rest of the day will include some asynchronous work. And this is our synchronous amount that is being made sure that we are having that synchronous minutes are the same amount of delivered across the system to either remote or hybrid students. And those hybrid students, once again, will attend from either 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. depending on the building. And once again, they will be Thursday and Friday remotely. And then the next slide is describing what this looks like for our middle school students. So grades 4 to 6, Monday and Tuesday. 15 minute synchronous morning meeting followed by a 60-minute block of ELA and math. They will also have a 30-minute special that will either be synchronous or asynchronous depending on what it is. And then there will be 40 minutes asynchronous or synchronous for science and 40 minutes synchronous or asynchronous for social studies. Once again, this is designed in a way to ensure that remote students are receiving the same minutes of instruction as the hybrid students that are in person, and they will have the same schedule for either coming in at 7:30 or 9 and leaving at 2 or 3:30, depending on the school. And they will all follow the Thursday through Friday schedule. So I'm going to transition to the phase 3 piece. We're going to have my colleague, Dr. Kathleen Black, who is our Chief Academic Officer. She's going to describe for the group what we're doing in phase 3.
So greetings, I bring you updates around phase 3. So coming from the feedback that we received from multiple stakeholders, including our state monitor, some collaboration with the New York State Education Department and our community members, we are pleased to share that we are opening up phase 3, which will allow our students in grades 7 through 12 who elected the hybrid option to attend school in person on Thursdays and Fridays. You'll notice that the dates that we have here for that to begin are Monday, the 22nd of February, and Thursday, the 25th of February. That inclination is that we have some 7th and 8th grade students that may begin on Monday and Tuesday, but the bulk of our 7 through 12 students will go on Thursdays and Fridays. As Dr. Morris mentioned, our remote students will join classes and attend in person with their hybrid peers. Next slide. So just to put a visual to our phase 3 reopening, you'll notice that on Thursdays and Fridays, it again allows for our in-person 7th through 12th grade students to attend, while their remote peers will be on Thursday and Friday. You'll also notice that Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the bulk of our 7th through 12th grade students will be remote, working from home. As an upgrade or an addition, we will still have provisions for schools to provide learning pods to small groups of students. So we will still have an ability for those schools to bring in students who have additional aligned needs to provide targeted supports. Next slide. And so we just want to highlight for you all the focus areas around health, safety, and facilities that we've covered in preparation for both phase 2 and for phase 3. So we've gone back and reiterated our expectations around masks and face covering. We are having our facilities staff set up our classrooms and spaces to maintain all the appropriate social distancing recommendations. You'll see an increase in hand washing and hand sanitizing opportunities across schools. And we are really thinking and speaking and sharing around our cleaning and disinfecting opportunities, making sure that high touch areas are cleaned a number of times, with plans for deep disinfecting on Wednesdays and Fridays. In terms of COVID testing, we know that when we open and bring students back in, we have an expectation to do testing across our schools. And so in order to continue having students come in for the hybrid in-person option, we need to test a percentage of students and staff every month. Our New York State requirement has us making sure that we do this. And if we do not do that, we would have to close our schools and students would have to return to a fully remote option. And students and staff will be notified in advance of their random COVID-19 testing if required. Next slide. Around professional development, so I just want to highlight that we've already provided a lot of professional development and guidance around our safety and health measures, including provisions around arrival, social distancing, classroom setup, building signage, mask wear, building disinfection, supplies and PPE, and on-site testing. And while not lifted here, I want to just lift up the fact that we are also robustly planning to provide professional development for our teachers around synchronous and simultaneous instruction. Communication went out today to just update teachers that will be providing that professional development both on the 13th, the 20th, and the 27th to make sure that teachers feel equipped and prepared to deliver instruction in phase 2 and phase 3 simultaneous to our students. Next slide. And so I just alluded to the first bullet in terms of professional development to support our simultaneous instruction. Again, we roll out tomorrow, January 13th. Will there be a live stream for all teachers? And then our plans for the 20th and the 27th include content-specific professional development so that teachers get a double dose and then sometimes a triple dose of support so that when they receive students in phase 2 and or phase 3, they have been supported, and we intend to, through February and March, continue to provide additional professional development opportunities for teachers. Just as a highlight, as we are bringing phase 2 back on Monday, Tuesdays, and phase 3 back on Thursday, Fridays, it's allowed us to really think about how we maximize our resources in that we're able to provide yellow bus transportation for all of our students. We are thinking about how to support our food service workers having a full week of work, and we are really maximizing our training and preparedness around safety and security. Finally, just as a highlight, because I want to make sure that academics is center, and we name that all of our students will be returning back to their bell schedules that they were experiencing prior to COVID shutdown. So we're really excited to welcome them back to our phase 2 and our phase 3. And I think that is our last slide. So Dr. Morris and I are open to receive any comments or questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That
If
concludes
there are,
the presentation.
there any questions?
It was like awkward pause. The end.
No
Ta-da.
questions?
It looks like there are. a
Yeah,
couple
no,
of
we have
hands up.
questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's several
Vice
questions.
President Elliott, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question around teachers. Now, the teachers who are returning, are those the teachers who chose to return to in-person learning? Or were they required to return?
Wait, ask that question one more time, Vice President
The
Elliott.
teachers who are doing in-person learning, are those did they choose to return to the classroom?
So the way that it works in our district is that you were expected to return if you had one or more students that were participating in the in-person hybrid learning. However, we did have a process where you could apply for a medical accommodation, and that was run through Dr. Miller's office in Human Capital Initiatives. And so we do have some teachers in phase 1, so they are remote. That's why you heard concern from some caregivers that my child is not guaranteed Ms. Wade as their teacher. But every teacher is in unless they have their medical accommodation was approved, or if they've requested leave. So those are the two ways that our staff, and not just teachers, but any staff member in Rochester would not be working in person.
Okay, thank you. So how many students in total are we expecting to return in person?
For which phase?
Just tell me for each phase.
Okay. Give me just one. Can you, I will circle back. I don't have that paper right in front of me.
Okay.
I will grab that.
All right. And then, with all of the, hybrid learning and this whole new, dynamic, tell us about academic performance at this point. How are the students performing academically?
I will defer that to Dr. Morris and/or Dr. Black.
So the feedback that we received from our schools has been that the students have adapted very well to the virtual and the remote learning. We have given our NWEA assessment as well to make sure that we are determining where our students are and trying to pace their performance against that. All we have right now are quarter grades to show how they're doing. So coupled with the feedback that we've received from the schools and the teachers and the students. We have heard from them that they have adapted well to the ones who are participating in remote learning. And that's what they're doing in that regard. As I
Well,
said,
let me just jump in here. Does that mean they're performing well?
it does not, well, we don't have, other than the NWEA assessment, all we have is that as a measure of performance. We don't have any other.
Were the students given report cards?
Well, I mean, as I said, we have quarter grades.
Okay.
First quarter grades, and in terms of, we have the quarter grades, we have that information, we have that data. We also have an assessment, which is the NWEA, which was delivered district-wide.
Yeah, so how do they do on their report cards?
So I would have to get that information
Okay.
for everyone to share general performance on that. But as I said, we have 2 measures that we've been able to collect since this began in September, which is 1 assessment, and we have the quarter grades as well. So we can get information about their actual performance.
Okay, yeah, that's something that we would like to have in the forefront of us, at least me as chair of the ESA committee. So, you know, that's something I'll probably ask at every ESA committee, and probably, you know, under the superintendent's report, under every committee. We need to stay on top of that, you know, and if there are some adjustments that we need to make, you know, let's do that. Let's do that sooner rather than later. Thank you. That's it, Mr. President.
Vice President Elliott, I just wanted to circle back with your numbers question.
Okay.
So pre-K through 6th grade, that total number that chose hybrid in-person model is about 4,400 students. And then 7-12, that number is just under 3,000, so 2,900.
Meaning what now, that they're in the hybrid model? I'm sorry.
Right, 7 through 12, about 2,900 students. Pre-K through 6, 4,400 students, and that's rounded.
Okay, which means that the others are either in person or
It means they're remote.
are remote. Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Commissioner Malloy.
Good evening. Thank you. I just have three quick questions, I hope. Regarding phase 2, the instruction during phase 2 and also during phase 3, can someone just tell me if this is reflective of an increase in screen time for our remote students? I think people have expressed concerns about increases in screen time. Is there going to be an increase with the scheduling changes? That's the first question.
So from the academic team, we are looking at the amount of screen time that students are getting. We don't anticipate that there will be an increase in screen time based on how instruction is being delivered. I think that from a combination of whole group, small group, and individual intervention, we are able to monitor the screen time. What is really exciting about the model that we're proposing is that we are equalizing the amount of instructional minutes that all students are getting across pre-K through 12, but we'll make sure to go back and look at the screen time allocated to make sure it's not a huge increase, if at all any.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I was just mostly concerned about breaks being built into the schedule for those students. And then the next question I had was regarding just the COVID-19 testing. There have been lots of things on social media platforms, et cetera, about numbers that were, numbers published online showing, high positivity rates for RCSD, et cetera. And I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom. I didn't realize that we were testing any of our students. Have we tested our students, and what's going on there? I just want to know what I'm looking at online, if it's accurate or not. Where these things are coming from. Have we tested our students at all yet?
We can ask Mike to outline that process for you, Commissioner Malloy.
Yes, hi, good evening, Commissioner. We are actually testing in 2 different areas. We are testing staff members out of the Wilson, former Swan Center at Wilson Foundation. Those tests are offered during the week for any staff member to come and take part in. And then we also are required to test students and staff at a 10% ratio every 2 weeks. So that I couldn't verify the online numbers that you're looking at, but if you forwarded me, I can give you some more clarity in regards to that. But that's ongoing as we speak. So this is day 5 of phase 1. So that will be wrapping up that first round of testing at the end of this week. Students have to consent in order to be tested, and the staff is required to test.
And so how many students and teachers have we tested so far?
As of this evening, I'm not exactly sure, but I certainly can find that out, and we can get that number to the board tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I think what we could do is we could have it by the end of this week, so you'd have the first 2-week picture of the 10% for each building, if that works for you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And just the final question I have is a general question. I thought I heard that you said 2,900 students will be coming back during phase 3 for in-person instruction. I was trying to catch the numbers.
That's correct.
Okay. And so are they spread out? How many different buildings are we reopening? So are all of our buildings opening?
Yes.
Okay. So I think my concern then is what are the financial implications of opening up all of our buildings, and how much is this going to cost us overall?
So that we're going to bring forward at the Finance Committee meeting.
Thank you.
Are you all set, Commissioner Malloy?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, thank you. Lots of questions. So I would try to write them down as you guys were presenting because I printed the slides earlier. So I do want to acknowledge and recognize that we kind of changed the plan from the original survey that went out to parents, and I want to see if there's a way to resurvey parents with updated information. I do feel that it is unfair for families who thought that they were going to have the 2 options with the information that we had at the time. And I want to acknowledge that we did the survey with the information that we had. I get that. But because we have changed and we are officially not open in phase 2 or 3 at this point, if there is a way to survey parents, so I'm going to go through the questions, and then if you need me to go back to them, I will.
Can we just answer them one at a time? That way we'll get them.
Go ahead.
So the Dr. Morris and Ms. Martinez Davis, as well as the chiefs, have been working on a process for families because there have been some changes, as you indicated, and we are completely aware of that. So they are working on how to accept if people want to indicate that now they want to choose the hybrid for either phase 2 or phase 3. The issue is that we've got to make sure that because transportation is the major complication here as far as scheduling, we've got to figure out and make sure that the folks who said they wanted to come are still going to come, because some of those numbers certainly have changed in phase 1. So they are reviewing that, and we can update you with what that process is. But to complete, I'm not sure if they're going to completely resurvey or if it's going to be held at each school to figure out how to determine waiting lists to make sure we can try and accommodate as many families who now want to choose hybrid in-person as possible.
Okay, I'll make sure to document that we circle back to this so I can get an update on that. In phase 2, I was kind of confused about the instruction for pre-K, just like 15 minutes in small group ELA. I know you have a new team, Leslie. So for folks who don't know, I do have experience not only teaching, but also working with kids for a number of years in a variety of programs. I don't know any 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds that I'm going to get to situated and settled and teach them an ELA or a math lesson in 15 minutes. I personally do not think that that's realistic. So I'm just very concerned about how that schedule is actually going to look in a room full of 4-year-olds or a combination of 4-year-olds online and then in person. So I was kind of confused about that, but I do want to talk about just the instruction pieces because they all kind of tie in for me. I am not a fan of trying to have teachers teach students both in person and online at the same time. I actually don't think it's realistic, and I feel very strongly, and And I think I feel very strongly as a mom more than anything that it is a real disadvantage for not only my student, but other students who are in person trying to get that attention from their teacher, who also then has to split their time with a student who's learning remotely. And as someone who has been in the remote learning end of it as a parent since March of last year, it's a struggle. It's a struggle for the educators to get all the kids online, to get them. We can't even get adults like situated in Zoom meetings half of the time. People are muted all the time. Like that was like the phase of last year. You're muted. We still go through those challenges. We go through technology challenges of having to try to log on. We have experienced that as an entire district where everything was down and nobody could log on, not even educators or students, for hours on end until things were repaired. But I just strongly feel like it is an unrealistic expectation to think that a teacher is going to manage 20, 25, 30 students, both in person and online at the same time. And in addition to that, I recognize that other districts are doing it, but we are always saying, not only as administration and as a board, we don't like when we're compared to other districts because we are different from other districts. We have, a different population of students. We have thousands upon thousands. We're the largest district in Monroe County. I don't like when we're compared to charter schools who one school has their own board, 300 to 400, 600 students, 1,000 students. We have over 25,000+ students, that learn in our buildings under public education. And then we're responsible for the transportation and special education for charter schools and transportation for private schools. So it's a much larger operation. So I'm very concerned about this model and how that actually is realistically going to work out. And I just want to understand, like, if there's actual data. I want to see data with a school district my size that shows that a teacher can teach hybrid and in person at the same time. I don't want to see Brighton's numbers. I want to see a large school district our size that is having that model and teaching students successfully in a hybrid in-person learning model through a pandemic. The other concern I just also need clarity around is the 7:30 a.m. to 2 p.m., 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. schedule. So the way I read this as a parent of a fourth grader, I opted to transport my child because that's a privilege that I have. I didn't have it with my oldest two that went through the district, but for me, that means I have to wake up my kid at 6 a.m. on Monday and Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I'm waking them up at 8 for class at 9. Can I get clarity around that piece? Because I do think that's gonna also kind of create some disorientation for my own child, let alone parents who also have to work. And if they're trying to manage like going to work, what that childcare is going to look like for them. So can I get clarity on that piece too?
I'm going to ask that from either Dr. Morris or Dr. Black.
Dr. Black, do you mind speaking to the schedule, please?
So when phase 2 and phase 3 reopen, students are reverting back to their bell schedule. So irrespective of whether they're hybrid or remote, all students will follow the same schedule for the 5 days from their school's bell schedule. So your baby won't have to get up on 2 days to be driven to school and on the other days stay home. Whatever time she gets up, she'll get up the same time every day, and you just have to make accommodations for her to begin her day of instruction at the same time all 5 days.
Okay, so she'll be learning at 7:30 on Thursdays and Fridays remotely.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. And then on phase 3, there was a parent that sent an email about the lunch being reduced for their child to 20 minutes because of the changes and potential for the 7th through 12th graders, and how their child is going to be home. And our kids are used to, I know my daughter gets a whole hour. She has like her own thing blocked every day for that hour, but I am concerned about like what 20-minute lunch will look like for individuals who since last March have been having at least an hour or more. I do want to talk about the health and safety and the testing. And I wholeheartedly support a way that we figure out to have testing actually at schools. Testing still remains a big issue. And Dr. Myers, I want to acknowledge that you did put formally in writing to our county executive to expand testing sites. And I appreciate that you did that. But it still continues to be an area that we are lacking right now in testing sites for community members. But Sophia's grandmother, for those who don't know, is a bus monitor. She's not my blood, but she's like blood to me. We love Sophia's grandmother in this house. And she's over, she's in the age where she has compromised health. She's over 64 years old. And so she called me and said, I got a phone call. I think I have to come back. She was very afraid, very nervous, but she loves being a bus monitor. She loves working with our students. She was like, I'm going to do it. But there were some concerns because she asked about whether we're requiring staff who are coming back, bus monitors and bus staff, if they were going to be tested. And they told her, like, you got to get tested on your own time. And that she called me about that and she was upset. So I actually advised her to speak to her medical professional for some documentation because I thought that was a little bit ridiculous. But makes me nervous that that's the message we're sending to staff, because what if staff don't want to get tested and maybe displaying symptoms? So I'm concerned around that, and I want to push that we do have testing clear and available for our staff and our students, but also that there's an expectation that we are also supporting them in that process. And I see the mask and face coverings in your presentation, and I want to thank you for that as well, because that's something I brought up last week. But I would like some clarity on what the consequences are for staff who are not compliant. And I know that we want to think that all adults are going to be compliant. They're not. And I worked at an agency all last year, not only where I had to do home visits, and I had some wonderful colleagues, but I had colleagues that had to be constantly reminded that they were not wearing their mask appropriately, that they were conjuring in spaces where we had said nobody was going to conjure. And I just need to understand all of those things that I just mentioned as much as possible.
So we will, I've got a couple things, Commissioner LeBron. We'll put on the log about to show the data of a large district teaching in person, remote simultaneously.
And successfully, I just want to say that. I want to see successfully, academically successfully.
Okay, and then consequences for staff and students who are not compliant with mask wearing, and then the testing piece.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Are you all set, Commissioner LeBron?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I had one quick question, and it was regarding staff that are returning to the buildings. Now, those that are high risk, because of medical conditions or whatever, though the medical accommodations that they asked for, those are automatically granted, correct? If they can prove that they're high risk individuals?
There's a process. I'm gonna ask Dr. Miller to come on screen and to just outline that briefly for you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Commissioner. Yes, there is a process. We started a process back in October where anyone who thought that they needed to request an accommodation, either for childcare or as a medical accommodation, that they could submit a request form. Our benefits team would then follow up with that individual to engage in the interactive process to understand what their needs were and how we might be able to accommodate those needs. If it was a medical related concern, then we would have a request for medical documentation that would substantiate their needs. And then there would be some engagement, all done confidentially with a very limited staff and our medical director. The district medical director would then provide some feedback, and then we would engage with the employee and the employee supervisor. In this case, we might be talking about a teacher, and there would be an effort to see if the request could be accommodated. So certainly not every individual was requesting a leave. In some cases, individuals were just requesting advanced PPE. or other needs that they might have. And so we were working through that process with individuals, and that all takes a little bit of time depending on when information is brought back. We are working through phase 2 right now with individuals, and cases are under review. And we've also started working on phase 3. Although I would anticipate that after today's announcement, we might hear from some new people that we haven't yet heard from because they now know the intended plan.
Thanks.
Are you all set, Commissioner Clark? Take that
Yes,
as a yes.
ma'am. I muted
Okay.
myself.
All right. Any other questions for the superintendent based on her reopening report? Leslie, I did want to make an observation, and it is just that you don't need to respond. You can if you'd like, but I was really one of the reasons why I was extremely hopeful about your superintendency is that I thought you would have the opportunity. I'd hope you'd have the opportunity to really focus on improving our ELA and math scores. Those are key performance measures for us. And my fear is, not for want of trying on your staff's part, that this whole COVID thing has got us sort of distracted. And in an important way, how do we provide instruction in this age of COVID with distance learning and hybrids and so forth? So I hope you appreciate my concern. It's not a reflection on, I know, the very hard work that your staff is doing, but I was really excited about your coming to this district and the staff that you brought in, the leaders that you brought in, because I thought, okay, we've really had a singular focus on graduation rates over the years. And there's some steady improvement in that area, but we've not really focused on, for a variety of reasons, ELA and math scores. And I thought there was this opportunity. Do you have my concern? Do you share my fear that, I don't want to say that people are just treading water, but do you have, you share my concern that rather than swimming to shore or rowing to shore, we're just sort of treading water because we have to deal with all these COVID things? And again, you please keep your answers short. I realize it's more of a global question, but I did want to share with you and my colleagues that I was really looking forward to this year in particular, because I thought with your focus and your expertise and the staff that you brought in, we begin to see, as a result of putting on sort of racehorse blinders, focusing exclusively on ELA and math scores and getting a curriculum together and so forth. You feel we won't be able to have that kind of focus?
So certainly a lot of our time and attention, mine and many of the folks that you see on the screen, as well as others, have had to focus on reopening and being in the midst of a global pandemic. But the Board of Education unanimously approved a 3-year strategic plan. We have task forces that have moved forward. One of them specifically focuses on 3 through 8 math and ELA, as well as graduation. And I just received an update from Dr. Morris and Dr. Black that those task forces are very vibrant and they're digging in and leaning into that. So whereas a lot of our focus has been on that, the work is still moving forward, and we will be giving updates through certainly permission with Vice President Elliott in ESA, but other places around that work, and we'll be focusing on some of that in upcoming or presentations and meetings. So yes, the pandemic has taken a lot of our time and attention. And I think, frankly, President White and others, my hope is that we can not have so much of a focus on planning the reopening. We need to, I'm getting long-winded, so I'm going to say, focus on pandemic. We're moving forward. We have task forces that are focusing on 3 through 8 math, ELA, and graduation, and we'll be able to give you some updates to that regard.
Thank you very much. That was reassuring. And again, we all know the tremendous amount of work that had to go into doing the unusual. And you guys have done an admirable job at that. But again, I appreciate the fact that you are telling us that you've not lost focus on those important key performance areas, because people are going to, there's going to be, and I understand there's no excuses. People want to see improvement. And it's good to know that your team has not lost focus, and we applaud you for your steadiness in that area, because I know it cannot be easy. All right, let me just check my participants.
You're muted.
Vice President
Not
Elliott,
sure
we
what
may have
happened.
lost President White.
Yeah,
Oh,
Dr.
there you go.
Jallo.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you
Yeah, I
hear me?
just wanted to
See,
make,
this is what I was saying earlier, you guys. Like, ain't no way. Ain't no way. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I just want to put that out there.
Vanna,
Go
you
ahead,
still there?
Dr. Jallo.
I just wanted to make a small comment to President White's reflection or concern that, you know, this is also an opportunity for us to return and identify those leading indicators and those lagging indicators that we highlight and agree to and share and use to help us monitor and measure how well the district is doing academically. And so I just want to bring that back up to the forefront, that I think that's an important piece to highlight and make sure that we adhere to. That will help make sure that those items that he mentioned are always at the forefront.
Thank you, Dr. Jallo. I seem to have lost my video. So Vice President Elliott, actually, I'm getting short of time anyway. Vice President Elliott, it's your meeting anyways. We're gonna call to order the meeting of ESA. Vice President Elliott, you have the gavel.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good evening. This is the Excellent Equity and Student Achievement Committee. We have a number of items on our agenda. We're going to look at the minutes, and then we're going to have a presentation or talk about student attendance. We're going to spotlight one of our schools, Monroe High School, the upper level of Monroe High School. And we're going to have a presentation on special education. We're going to do a presentation on data and accountability services, and we're going to have a presentation on community schools. So we do have an aggressive or an ambitious committee meeting this evening, and I'd like to welcome, do we have Ms. Klingscale, our parent rep, with us, to invite her to our committee meeting? So our first order of business is to, I need a motion for the approval of the ESNA Equity and Student Achievement minutes from November 10th. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Amy.
Second.
Second from Commissioner LeBron. And I just want to, there's a couple of things that I wanted to reference. And this question is to you, Commissioner LeBron. On page 2 of the minutes, you wanted some information regarding attendance and finances and revenue, how all that connects. Did you get that answered? It was supposed to be in the question log?
Yeah, I did get that answered from staff. There was, it was a little bit more comprehensive. I just wanted to understand the connection, but they did answer that in the question log. Did you want them to answer it in the minutes?
No, they did not answer it in the minutes, but I'm just going back and trying to make sure that we're connected. So Madam Superintendent, can we have Carlene or someone respond to that publicly, to that question that she had? And I'm reading the, and this could be Ms. Hoffer, but she asked about attendance. Commissioner LeBron asked about the impact of attendance will have on our finances and revenues. So if you don't mind, Commissioner Myers-Small, if Carlene could answer that question publicly.
Okay. Carlene?
I would prefer if I could defer that so I could get all the facts together for you, Commissioner Elliott. Obviously, there are considerations with regard to attendance. Certain number of hours do need to be met in order to qualify for the state aid. So I would want to do a little bit more research and get all of that to you in a formal document.
All right, so but wasn't that in the question log?
I did not receive that.
I can pull it up if, well, you guys can continue meeting, Commissioner
Okay.
Elliott, I'll pull it up. But what I will say is that I do think I will support this being addressed publicly, because we, as board members, get to ask questions and administration does answer, but then we are the only ones that see those documents and receive them. And I thank you for bringing that back up. And I will be more than also happy to have Carlene do a presentation to the board at the next finance meeting to discuss the correlation. So it was a very simple answer, yes, but if you want more details, she can do that during finance as a presentation. But I'll pull up while you guys are meeting now, the question log where that was answered and send it out. I'll email it to you, and then if you want to read the response publicly, you can.
Thank you. And then in the minutes, we talked about the African and African American AP course. Just want to find out where we are, Dr. Myers-Smalls, on that. Just a quick, 15-second, response to that. And I think what I'd like to have is that we have that on the agenda for ESNA on, every other month, that we find out how that's coming along.
Vice President Elliott, College Board has received multiple letters, not only locally, but at the state level as well as nationally. And so we continue to pepper them with the need for this. And so we're just waiting for them to give us a response. They have convened some groups, and I know Commissioner Malloy might even be aware, given that her background is social studies, but there's been multiple outreach. And so there's lots of advocacy that's moving forward for that to become a reality. But as you know, the creation of any type of advanced placement course does take time, because it has to be vetted at both the secondary level as well as the higher ed level, but we continue to advocate. So thank you for asking.
Yeah, this is something the board is probably going to continue to ask about. Commissioner Clark, did you have a question? Okay.
No, I did not. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So can I get, so all in favor of the approval of the November 10th Equity and Student Achievement work session minutes? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the student attendance, and that'll be presented by Associate Director Elizabeth Hopper.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Commissioner and Superintendent. I'm here this evening to give you an update about the status of attendance in the Rochester City School District. Rahima is going to advance the slides for me, and Rahima, we can go on to slide 2, please. So our mission this year is the importance of contact, connectivity, relationships, and participation. And this is especially important in light of what we're going through with COVID. We're working very hard with all schools and school attendance teams to make sure that students are connecting with us, that are participating in class, and that we're continuing to build relationships with families so that we can reduce lost learning time in school, because we know that decreased attendance is going to impact academics in a negative way. So that really has been our focus this year. Go ahead, Rahima. So I broke down the attendance much like I did last year. I wanted to let you know how students are doing as of January 5th with average daily attendance. So this is by grade level. And you can see that we have some spikes at 7th and 8th grade. And if you can go on to the next slide, Rahim, thank you. This slide will show you a comparison of those grade levels in November and in December. So the darker blue is November last year, the light blue is November this year, the darker purple is December this year, and the light purple is December this year. So you can see that there's some trends going on here, that in grades kindergarten through 6th, it looks like students attended, average daily attendance was higher last year. And in grades 7 through 12, actually student attendance is higher this year. And it sums this up more clearly, Rahima, in the next slide. So to really get an idea, and I was cautioned not to use the word comparison, but that was what you asked us to provide to you, to see what the attendance was this year compared to last year. And because it really is very different, last year was completely in person. We stopped recording attendance when we went home on March 13th, and we kept track of engagement. This year, we are keeping track of attendance right from day one, but it's been, for the most part, remote. If you take a look at it though, K-6, the average daily attendance for last year around this time was 86.5, and right now it's at 82. Our older children, secondary 7 through 12, are doing slightly better this year as compared to last year. My gut feeling is that has to do with how well students are able to navigate remotely, independently, and be supervised to attend. Go ahead, Rahima. So the next couple slides will show you how on January 5th, individual schools were performing for average daily attendance. And some of our high flyers are the same high flyers we've had over the last couple of years, such as School 23 and 52 and 53. But they're very similar. They're within, in most cases, 80 to 90%. Can you go to the next slide, please? These are our pre-K and K-8 elementary schools. And they are very similar as well. Our next group is our schools that have just 7th and 8th grade. So we have East Lower, Franklin Lower, Monroe Lower, Nathaniel Community School, and Northwest. Some of these schools are new this year, such as Franklin, Monroe Lower, and the configuration for Nathaniel Rochester. So it's hard to compare anything for last year. We don't have last year's data, but this is how they're doing this year. Go ahead. And then we have some schools that have multiple school configurations, such as School of the Arts and Leadership Academy, that are 7-12 schools. And we have School 58 World of Inquiry, which is K through 12. So our secondary schools are listed on this slide, and you can see that some schools such as Rochester Early College and School Without Walls are performing very well. Go ahead. And our program schools, this slide does have the Rochester Early Childhood Education Center on it. This was not disaggregated last time when I presented this, so I wanted to make sure this was here this time. And you can see that our program schools are how they're performing as well. Go ahead. So if you look at this, you can see that we have some schools that are doing much better in November and December than last year. I did send you 2 additional documents. One was a chart that had a list of all the schools, month by month comparison, and I pulled out those ones for you that show which ones had improvements over last year for both November and December, and then some that just showed improvement in December. So there are schools that are really working hard, and you can see that in their average daily attendance percentages. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. I see Amy, you have Commissioner Malloy, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, just in looking at that chart that you presented, the side-by-side comparisons of all of the schools, and we've noticed drops from September to December, just kind of across the board, small drops, but drops nonetheless. And I guess obviously we can't answer this tonight, but it's something that it's information I would like shared at some point. I am wondering at some of the schools where we're seeing the highest attendance rates, interested in learning more about some of the best practices that are taking place there, that hopefully then can be disseminated or shared across the district.
I'm very, very excited to answer that question. Yes, because one of the wonderful things about Zooming is that you get to Zoom to attendance meetings all day long. So I Zoom all over the place, and I've been able to look at the structures of attendance meetings and really see some best practices. So tomorrow afternoon, I have a couple of elementary schools who are sharing their best practices with other attendance teams. One of the interesting things I've been trying to do is to build capacity for the attendance teams across the district so that they're consistent. And we address all the levels of attendance. Tier 1, which is everyone in the school. Tier 2, which are students who are starting to show some chronic absenteeism difficulties and may have a minor obstacle that can be resolved quickly. And Tier 3, students who have severe chronic absenteeism and they need some equally important resources to resolve the obstacles. So tomorrow afternoon, we have some schools that are going to share that with other staff members, and that is going to be videotaped, so I hope I can share it. And also share the fact that one of the things School 8 did was shared, they built capacity in their whole building around the importance of attendance and what everyone can do to support that. And so I'm hoping to build capacity not only for the attendance teams, but for the attendance teams to then build capacity throughout the district to look at those interventions that are effective, and it's very exciting. So thank you for asking about that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions, Commissioner Malloy? All right, Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, so I just want to say, Cynthia, I just looked through the minutes and it's not on the log for November or December, and this is our first meeting for January 2020. So I am going to work with Carlene. We're meeting for our pre-financial meeting this week, and I'll make sure that we have a detailed presentation on how attendance impacts us financially, and then also show where that number is. Because I think what I received was a yes, it does type of answer. But I think it would be beneficial for the full board and the community to understand what the impact is. But I do also want to say that this is a timely presentation, because just today I was having some conversations around what outreach efforts internally the district is doing for students who are not participating that are from MLL backgrounds. And I know that there are a number of organizations outside of the district who have kind of taken some of this work as their charge throughout the pandemic, and have reached out not only to myself, I'm sure to the commissioners as things come up, even neighborhood associations. So I've gotten emails from people who are part of their neighborhood associations to say, I have a family, they don't have a MiFi, they don't have a laptop, and they don't speak English. How do we support them getting these things? And shout out to Glenn. Let me just give Glenn some shout out, because he has been wonderful about addressing those things as they've come up, making sure families have those supplies as we know about it. But I am interested in understanding what our internal targeted process is in place right now to reach out and identify with our MLL students who are not actively participating with virtual learning for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. That is part of what happens at the attendance meetings, is trying to identify what is the obstacle. For example, today at School 5, we addressed this concern and made sure that with the parent meeting that's coming up, that there'll be an interpreter so that we can make sure mom thinks the child's coming to school every day, and we have data to show that that's not happening, but we're going to be able to use an interpreter to help address that. So My team and I attend all of the meetings and share what the resources are across the district and in the community so that we can make sure people are linked to them right away.
Thank you. Dr. Jallo, you have your hand up?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm sorry, Dr. Jallo, just a quick follow-up on that, because I hear interpreter, but I'm also just thinking about families who are not participating, where the parent themselves are not participating. So beyond Spanish, and I'm not saying that you, the interpreter, was going to speak Spanish, but are families who speak Swahili, right, or Somalian, and you know, I know those are harder languages to access, both translators and materials translated. But I'm just curious if there is an actual collective effort from internally the district. And I know that this work doesn't just fall in your office, and I want to acknowledge that my expectation is that all schools are taking accountability for all of their students. But just trying to understand those families, the parents who not only do they not know their child may not be attending, but really don't even know how to communicate themselves with this process.
Right. So the communications department has resources for us for families that speak other languages that we can access. But one of the other things we do is talk to families who speak English, because sometimes there's misconceptions. I had a grandmother tell me today that she opted out in September. That's why her child wasn't attending. And I had to explain it wasn't an opt-out survey she was answering. It was a modality, and had to explain, you know, what we would need to do to re-engage her grandson. So, you know, it's widespread, the kind of reasons that we hear, and, you know, by building relationships with families and building trust, we can get to some of the problems that are occurring.
Are you done now, Commissioner LeBron?
I'm done for now.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Jallo?
Sure, Ms. Hoffa, thank you for the presentation. I was wondering if you have any plans of doing a similar presentation about chronic absenteeism. And then I also asked if you could help people understand how, you know, this district has some of the highest chronic absenteeism rates in the state across the country, but still has attendance rates in the 80s and 90s, and how the two can coincide.
Right.
Be accurate.
Right. So chronic absenteeism is when a child misses 10% of school or more. And when we look at the rate for schools, we look to see how many students have missed 10% of school or more. Some kids can be missing 63 days, and they count as one chronically absent child. We have other children who come to school almost every day, and so they add to that base of high average daily attendance and low chronic absenteeism. But the studies I've looked at from attendanceworks.org, we're not going to move the needle on average daily attendance until we get chronic absenteeism taken care of, because we need to have less students who are chronically absent in order to improve average daily attendance. So right now, what schools are doing at their attendance meetings, they're looking for students who have between 7 and 14 days absent and trying to resolve what those challenges were so far this year to make sure that we have fewer days moving forward so they don't become chronically absent. At the same time, they're trying to put supports in place for students who have severe chronically absent so we can turn it around and improve attendance for next year, as well as work on providing a positive culture for everybody so that school is the place people want to come to.
Any additional questions, Dr. Jallo?
Sorry, I just think that, you know, if you do a presentation on attendance, you should do a presentation on chronic absenteeism, because it's really quite a serious situation in this district.
Yes.
And I think it's something that the board should be made, you know, aware of on a semi-regular basis.
Thank you, Dr. Giles. I agree, and I'm looking forward to doing that for you.
Before I ask my questions, Does that complete your questions, Dr. Jallo? Any more questions, Dr. Jallo?
Sorry, I'm muted. No, thank you. I'm fine. Thank you.
All right. Our parent rep, Ms. Klingscale, do you have any questions? Is our parent rep there?
She's here in the room, Commissioner, excuse me, Vice President Elliott, but her sound is muted.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions. I kind of agree with Dr. Jello. I would like to know what percentage of these students are 7 to 14 days at this point.
Yeah.
And I also want to know what is the parent liaisons or the people that run the parent program, what are they doing as far as reaching out to these parents? And, y'all do have parent reps at every school. So are you as the attendants utilizing them to kind of help reach out to these ones that are between that 7 to 14 days?
Yeah, the parent liaisons attend the attendance meetings, and they usually take on a caseload of students to try to re-engage. They also have a wealth of information about what kind of challenges people are having, and they also have a lot of resources at their fingertips to try to resolve those challenges. So
And are you getting any turnover from the efforts that y'all put in? Are you getting, how many kids have y'all actually re-engaged? I would like to know too. I know you don't know that right offhand, but
right, yeah.
Follow up.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a case by case situation. I'd like to say, like the woman I spoke to today, learning about that this is not an opt-out situation, that we are expecting your child to be in school either remotely or in person. Hopefully that's going to change it for him. And the other thing that we're trying to do is get that message of the importance of good attendance out to the community. So there's a lot of different prongs that we are using to try to improve attendance across the district.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Klingscale. So I have a couple of questions. With regard to, and I'm looking at the sheets that you sent out, Betsy, and I'm looking at the year-over-year monthly ADA comparison by school. Here's what I would like for you to present next month if you can. I'm looking at Franklin Upper, and I'm looking at, and let me just ask this through you, Superintendent Maya Smalls. Didn't mean to disrespect you. So for Franklin Upper and Northeast College Prep, and also with the North Star program, I'd like to see a strategy of what we're going to put in place to increase those that attendance. Is that something we could do for next month?
I will speak to them this week, and we will put something in place. And I will also get a summary of the efforts they've already put in place. Absolutely. And I think probably the best thing to do would be to give you a breakdown of the attendance at those different levels for each of those schools as well. North Star is a very small program. So if they have 60 students and 20 or 30 of them have met the chronic absenteeism level, their rate is going to be much higher. So I'll delve into that a little bit more so I can give you a better understanding.
Yeah, because we need to understand, if this is Franklin Upper, meaning that these students are on the trajectory to graduate at some point. So something's going on with my computer. So I'd like to see Franklin Upper, and we've got some other successful schools with attendance. If we need to, engage them, what are we doing? What's the strategy to get these kids online, hybrid, or in hybrid? So we need a plan for that. We need a plan for Northeast for next month. And then I'd like to be able to do that on a monthly basis of all the schools that seem to have some attendance challenges.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds great.
And then even if they could come on, and I'll defer to the superintendent, even if they can be invited to talk to us about their strategy. I'd like to have that to be a part of this meeting. Is that possible, Dr. Myers-Spohn?
Yes, Vice President Elliott, one of the things, I'm glad you're bringing this up. One of the things that we're really trying to focus on is capitalize on best practices. And, and President White, I know, has brought that up before, that there are certain schools that just do certain things well. And we have each school that has that one or more things, certainly, that they do well. And so we're trying to figure out how to create that bank. I was having that conversation with Dr. Jallo. How do we create that so it is, and Medisol as well, how do we replicate that across the district? There are certain schools, and I could rattle off a few of them, that all of us know that people want their children to attend in the Rochester City School District. We have to shift the paradigm that we are certainly not taking away from the uniqueness of each one of our 56 programs and schools, but that there are certain just minimal expectations, right, or characteristics that we have that the Leslie Myers School of Dance, right, that we have those characteristics apply across the way. And so we've got to figure out how to bottle that secret sauce and make it available across the district. So that's something that I am actively working on. Like I said, I had great conversations with Dr. Jallo and our Chief of Communications, Medisol. And so that's something that I definitely want to come back and talk to the board, preferably through ESA, but it could be through another venue. That is critical, because we know that we have certain schools that we can say, yep, that school is doing well academically, attendance, culture and climate, etc. So I appreciate you bringing that to the forefront.
So the other question I have has to do with ninth grade attendance.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow they go into eighth grade, they're doing well in attendance, but when they get to the ninth grade, they're not doing well. What I'd also like to see presented to this committee, Dr. Myers-Small, is what strategy are we using to increase those attendance scores? Because that ninth grade is where they decrease in attendance, but then they go up. So one of the things that I was talking about earlier today with our staff has to do around, I know when one of the previous superintendents under a former, one of the previous deputy superintendents under a former superintendent talked about the fact that if a ninth grader can get one credit and it was something else, that they would be on trajectory to graduate, the chances of them graduating increases. And one of the things I said today is that, we have this information, but our families don't have this information. So how do we communicate to our families that if they did this in the ninth grade, right? If we've got the data as professionals, we need to be communicated that information to our families and to our communities so that they can help us in this process of ensuring that they're on time to graduate. So how do we get that information out there, that there is a strategy that can be used when they're in the ninth grade to get them on track? How do we communicate that professional information?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I think you can remember when you were in school, there were certain times during your school career that you absolutely loved coming to school and other times that you didn't, right? And so it's that, the French call it the je ne sais quoi, right? That piece that school was engaging, and whether you were an athlete or you played the bass clarinet, like wasn't it Dr. Black, you played the bass clarinet, right? An instrument, but there are things, or you had just that teacher or that staff member. And so we do have to communicate that attendance matters to students and to families. Did I lose you for a second? Oh, okay, I froze for a second. We have to communicate that. So yeah, we're on the same page there. So we need to circle back with that.
But I wanted to be specific of what I'm saying now, Dr. Myers-Small.
Okay.
That kind of data.
Okay.
That data we need to communicate to the families. I need to be talking with the people on the street that if a ninth grade student is able to pass one Regents and something else, I can't remember right now, that if they have that kind of information, their chances of succeeding is increase. So even though we may not be offering all of the different kinds of activities, which we should, but if they have that kind of information, I really believe that we make them a significant partner in their children's education.
Agreed.
But they need that kind of data that we as professionals have.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner LeBron, you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to comment to what you're saying, Commissioner Elliott, because when Naisha and Gina were, you know, from 9th through 12th grade in this district, I had no idea what they needed to graduate, where they were at, if they were on track. They would come home and tell me like, oh, I met with my counselor. And let me just say, Ms. Burrows was their counselor. She was here a few weeks ago accepting an award for Northeast. She was amazing. And I felt very comfortable being able to, as a parent, reach out to her. But for me personally, remembering I was an adult student in college, knowing that I had an academic advisor that would sit down with me every single semester and show me where I was at, what courses I still needed, while I was trying to juggle a lot of things, how beneficial that was, because I would not have been able to try to navigate on my own that system while I'm trying to raise kids, while I'm working 2 jobs. So for me, I wholeheartedly would support us figuring out a way to have that type of academic advisement. And I just want to remind the board that Commissioner Shepard did put a policy in place before she left. That was one of the things that required students to have that level of information from their guidance counselors, and that we would fund them as well, because that's the other issue. That we make sure we have them and that they're, you know, trained and supported. So we do have a policy on the books around that. So if we can pull that policy back up, Commissioner Elliott, and possibly review it at the next ESA to tie it back into this. But I wholeheartedly agree. And I think it has to be an every year conversation with students and parents about where their student is at academically, if they are on track, if they're not on track, what we can do to support them to get on track. And not wait till like 12th grade to give them that assessment.
So that's something, Commissioner LeBron and Vice President Elliott, that we can definitely circle back. Deputy Martinez Davis, over the break, presented me with the plan that takes a look at a lot of what you're talking about. And we actually have a breakdown with every one of our secondary schools of how the counselors interact. So we can certainly update. That report is already done. So Deputy Martinez Davis, if you'll just make a note, we can even start by certainly sharing that information through the Friday letter, so our commissioners can see what we're doing, and we can attach that and send that out in a couple days.
So will you also be developing some kind of program or strategy to get the information out, like even in newsletters?
That's the next step.
You know what I'm saying? We got to get the information out some kind of way. We got to get into the hands of our families. Dr. Jallow?
Yeah, I wanted to say one of the things that I think administration is working on, I hope administration is working on, and is in the plan, is the development of an instructional course catalog. This is what you use across most districts to empower students and their families to look at the courses and the trajectory that they should follow if they want to graduate high school, want to pursue vocation, a career, military, college. It starts with a course catalog that represents 7 through 13. What you need to take, how you take online courses, AP courses, college credit courses, concurrent courses. Should you take Algebra 2 or calculus? Should you take AP it's all outlined in that course catalog, the number of credits you need, when you need to take them, the sequence of courses. This is missing in this district, and that's what's needed. That will empower folks internally and externally to this organization.
And I just also want to point out from your one of your slides, Betsy, that it seemed as if from last year over this year for our high school students, there seemed to have been a slight increase of attendance. And so one of the, if I saw that correctly, so one of the one of the concerns I've always had is that, you know, we're expecting our high school students to be in the building when there may be some other responsibilities that they may be having. And so, you know, if we can help them in terms of if they've got to work, you know, that kind of thing. Because I know when I talked with Glenn Jeter over at McDonald's, for example, on Upper Falls Boulevard, you know, his employees, some of them who are students in our districts have to work, but they can't work, you know, because of, I think it's law or something. But anyway, that's just an example of the responsibilities that our high school students have. And I think it's important for us to understand why they're not in school, in addition to the fact that we may not be providing them the kinds of offerings that we should be providing them to prepare them for a global economy. But we need to get that data. We need to find out what's going on there, so that, you know, we can continue the trajectory from when they were in elementary school and then going on into high school. So I'd be interested in looking at that data as well.
It's slide 5, Rahima. Yeah, I think that there's lots of lessons to be learned from all of this. It used to be attendance was a very black and white. It's very different now, introducing PA Sync, but it may be something that is going to help our students attend better and possibly do better academically. So I think that's one of the things that we need to look at moving forward as an option.
Okay. Any other questions around student attendance? Thank you, Betsy. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Dr. Jello, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Good night.
Good night. A lot of work we got to do. Thank you. So the next agenda item is the school spotlight, Monroe High School. Who do we have here for Monroe? Sandra.
Good evening, everyone. How's
I heard something that I don't like. I'm getting ready to get on bended knees. I'm getting ready to grovel. So, but I'll talk to you about that later. I'm going to grovel. All right. Thank you. Welcome. We are excited to have your presentation for Monroe. Very excited about that. And we want to welcome you. And let me say Happy New Year to you. And thank you for the great work. I tell you, great work. And I heard something after the fact. So I'm going to be coming and trying to grovel. But welcome again, and tell us about Monroe High School.
Thank you. One of my favorite subjects. So good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners, our superintendent, our school chiefs, family, and friends that are watching. Today, I am very happy to present to you the Monroe High School journey. And so if we move along to the next slide, we want to start with our vision. We would be the jewel of the city. As ambassadors of diversity, the Monroe family is on a mission to learn, work, and contribute to our community. I still remember very clear when we gathered together a group of teachers, parents, students, and administrators. We gathered together and drafted that vision. And I'm very happy to say that 5 years ago, we had a dream, and a dream that we worked very hard, and now we're beginning to see the results. But this work has not been done because of me. Work has been done because the great team that I have. Moving along, I want to introduce to you or present once again this wonderful team. Starting on my left, I have Anthony Bianchi, one of the assistant principal, Mr. Jason Mohammed, another assistant principal, Mr. Rodriguez, Anthony Rodriguez, assistant principal for the bilingual program, Ms. Rivera, community school director, Mr. Whitman, our athletic director for the campus, and my servant leader, the school principal for the past 5 years. James Monroe High School journey, when this journey started. Well, I'm happy to say that I've been at Monroe High School more than over 12 years in different capacity. But 5 years ago, I started as the principal. And the journey has been quite a journey. So I want to move on to the most important part in this journey, and that is our Monroe graduation data. And 2016, James Monroe Upper High School, formerly known as James Monroe High School, has made demonstrable improvement every single year. But what we are extremely proud of is the significant growth in our graduation rate. We have students, the most students graduates receiving the seal of biliteracy designation. But we could see that it was not easy. We started in 2016 at a 45.7, and then very proudly said that last year, our cohort 2016, we achieved a 80.6 graduation. And we also could see there was growth. Sometimes was a very minimal growth, but still growth, and we celebrated every year that growth. But a total of this past 4 years, I could tell you we have over 34.9 growth in graduation. And there's something that we are very, very proud. Not only during this graduation, we also have the honor to lead in the Seal of Biliteracy designation. We started in the 2018 graduation year with 5 students that we prepare for the Seal of Biliteracy, and then moving along on to 19 the following years. And then last year, in spite of the COVID and the pandemic, we were able to remotely still work with those students and mentors and families, and still has 16 students reaching the Seal of Biliteracy designation. This was a group, an effort led by our assistant principal, Mr. Rodriguez, and counselors that worked very closely together and making sure we will not lose our students in the midst of the what was happening around us. But we might say, wow, everything was beautiful and great. Well, I could also say there were some bumps on the road. And what kept us focused was that vision. What kept us moving was that we had a goal that we needed to meet. And some of the bumps that we found in our way was reduction of staff, resources, the continuous enrollment, safety transfers to our school. And sometimes we were like, what is going on? But that did not stop us. We continued to challenge, and we continued to come back together and plan and to move forward with that target of graduation. One thing that that helped us was during the receivership time, those targets were given to us. And every year we first started with 1%, 3%, 5%, or 7%. And I remember since I became the principal, I never followed those percentage. I said, why 3%? Why 5%? Let's do, when they were asking for 5, I was saying we need 7. When they said we needed 7, I said we need 10. And sometimes people would look at me kind of crazy, but those high expectations, because if we move, put the eyes up here, we could reach that. So those high expectations were always around us in the first front of us for our students, teachers, and administrators, in communicating that with the families. So moving, what does that starting year look like? One of the things we concentrated was improving school culture. Our school has changed leadership, and then we wanted to make sure the school culture was improved and enriched. We know that if the people around them, they're happy, they could project and give the best of them to our students. Plus, we wanted the students to come to that school environment. So we started working around the philosophy, one vision, one school, one family, one community, and knowing that divided, we will not go anywhere. So we started working very closely together with every governance bodies, with the RTA, with the parents, with the students, and said, if we are one family, what could make us that? So we started assessing needs of students, staff, and leadership team. We established accountability process and procedures. And I will say that I will repeat that over every single year, because what's then that when we wrote those processes and procedures, we adhere to each one of them. And then we says, how could we reach that 7%, that 10%? And we started doing stops in every 2 weeks. We were not going to wait until marking period report and then find out 50% of the students are failing. Let's do that process every 2 weeks. We started with administrators, and then we started expanding that. Then defining high expectations with the students. Students need to know we are in receivership school. What does that mean? What are the goals, and what part do they take in that are reaching those goals? So we're communicating high expectations with everyone, with our community, with our parents, with our students. It was in every single meeting. We posted them around, and we also celebrated even the small growth. We created a master schedule with more choices. We want our students to have choices and to see what other opportunities they had. We added teachers on assignment, but with a focus in those areas that we needed additional help, like math, like science. We established systems and incentive for prevention. When one thing I quickly noticed, we are very quick, very fast in taking away, but we would never really stop and say, let's offer things and then let's prevent things. And incentive became part of our routines. We started looking around and say what other things our students would like. And the only way to find that out was increasing students' voice. We needed to have the students tell us, if you were to design the best school, what that school will look like. And they started saying, we need a pet rally. We need the celebration. We need an assembly. We would like to have a dance. And all of that is possible, always keeping in mind that the academic has to go with that. And identifying resources with our community, resources within, and tapping into those resources. So that first year, 2016, it was a year of creating that foundation. The following years, the 17, 18, and 19, I call it the refining years. We're still moving from we're still working on what we are doing the first year, because consistency is important. We couldn't be jumping from one philosophy to another philosophy, from one program to another program. That consistency is necessary. But we started focusing more, knowing that the school culture was in better shape. We started saying, how does the framework, our instructional framework looks like? We started adopting best practices. Then we started talking about student growth versus mastery skills. What does that look like? What does that A, that B, that C, that D, that F, that really looks like? if the student is in front of you and the attendance is good, why are you telling me the kid is failing? So those accountability conversations started happening. We need to know, because as a student, if you're in front of a certified teacher and coming to school every day, we need to have some growth. So we started saying, what is the difference between students' growth? What is demonstrating understanding? And what is really mastering the skills? So that conversation was there all the time through professional development with the administrators and the teachers, with the students, and student owning their teaching. And that we learned that through standard-based grading philosophy. That was the key for our success. That philosophy states that students own their learning, and then every student has plenty of opportunities of trying again. And giving them an F, what does that really mean? Giving them an A, what does that really mean? Is giving that immediate feedback, saying, this is what you have done well, and this is what you need to continue to do well and exceed. And also, this you have done okay, but you still need to improve that. And changing our language to, again, this is your strength, you still need to work on that. And we were very fortunate to use the receivership money and resources, and we were trained with Marzano Institute, and we learned about the standard-based grading, the philosophy. And even though not the entire program has been followed, but we have adopted the philosophy, and that was approved by school-based as well. And then we have began to see the change of the conversations between students and teachers and even parents, because it makes the parents feel better when they say my student, my child is learning this or is listening, that they're demonstrating understanding versus they get an F, and that's the end of that. Then we started working with DataWise protocol, using DataWise protocols in looking at students' work, bringing teachers together and talking about the work that they're doing, assessments aligned to that. In DataWise protocol also leading our every single meetings in our school, including the leadership meetings. We also have increased teacher leaders. When I first started in the school, we have probably 5 or 6 teachers that were in leadership positions. Then I'm very happy to say now that we have over 25 teacher leaders that have come forward and shared the expertise and their resources in different areas. And we are learning and sharing those resources within. We started talking way back 3 years ago about target small groupings. At this time, they call it learning paths. But looking and studying what we are doing, we were already implementing that. Basically, we look at every single 2 weeks. So we look at the results of how the students were doing in class. And then let's say, we're not going to wait until you get the report card. What are we going to do? So we had teachers on assignment who did pull out with very small groups, and then help them catch up with the work, help them understand so they could master the skill, bring them back to the general group, and then they would be successful, and the report cards began to change. And again, like I mentioned, accountability conversations, but at this time at all levels. Transparency, students' input in school events and procedures. And one key point also was that we divided our leadership team and teachers in cohort teams. We had a group of leaders, counselors, and teachers that concentrated in the 2016 cohort, the 2015 cohort, because there's some things that we could use all the way across, but each cohort is different. There was one particular cohort that when we first started needed a lot of love and attention. And in that group was the overage on the credit. This was a group of students that at that time we had over 65 students that overage on the credit. So we established a group of staff that worked with them, and emotional support was provided, academic support and leadership, and that attention. And I'm happy to say that we were able 2 years, and that's when the graduation rate started increasing, we were able to integrate them and help them graduate. Because each cohort, like I said, they have a very different set of needs and strengths as well. Also in 2018, we became a community school, and even though our school location is not in the heart of the city, 95% of our students come from, they're transported to us. And this opportunity as a community school, we were able to add more community partners, and we were able to wrap around the model, which was promoting high quality teaching and learning, inclusive leadership, positive behavioral practices, family and community partnerships, and also wraparound support and community support services. So again, for a very, we started with very few community partners, and then I'm happy to say in the next slide, we could say all the community agencies that have joined the school, the educating the child, the whole holistic child. It will take more than just teachers. We need everyone to be able to take care of the social, emotional, the academic, the physical needs of our students. So we are very happy to say that during this years, we also have community site coordinators that are strong in instruction and also in leadership. So we are very happy that we have that opportunity. One particular partner that I want to highlight in here is our dear family of Ivero, because Ivero has been with Monroe High School before, during, and I know will continue to be part of Monroe High School. So as you see, those are community partners that take place and help us support the school. So quickly at a glance, some of the level 1's indicators. We have, I'm very happy to say that the target assigned for the school for the 2021 is a 62% of graduation. We overseeded that, that target by obtaining last year the 80.6. We also have targets that we are previously met even before the COVID and the epidemic. So we were very happy to see that this out of those level 1's indicators, 4 of them were met and with no exceptions, and 5 of them were met with the support of the COVID exemptions. The next one we could see is even a bigger and beautiful colorful slide in which we have more green, meaning those are targets that we also have already met or projected to meet as well. a little summary of those indicators is that we have 10 indicators that are level 1. 4 of those indicators have been met, 6 not met yet. Each one of those level 1 points would earn points, 40 points. We also have level 2 indicators. We have 6 of them, and 6 of those indicators have been met. The minimum that a receivership school needs to meet is a 67 points. And the way the school, the path that the school is on, we are projecting to reach at 90 points of those targets. So that is something that we are very happy. So again, doing this, we feeling really happy, great, 80.6 graduation rate. And then here we are open the school in remote learning. And we know that there has been a challenge for all of us. So I wanted to share with you some of the things that we are focusing on so we could continue the growth. And that is the focus on instruction. That has to be a front line, and we cannot lose that. With that, we have created weekly learning focus in which, as an administrators, we meet. We review the practices that the instructional framework that I mentioned, that we have not changed for the past 4 years, that we've been consistent. We have trained the staff, that we have modeled and provided professional development. So we have used those practices, and we have break them down into weekly learning focus. And one that we consistently talk about is the cognitive engagement. What does that look like now that we are not in person? When teachers are sometimes talking in front of a black screen, and what are the techniques and strategies? And for no reason, please, I don't want to come across in here that we have found the magic one when it comes to that, but we are consistently having that conversation. How can we improve this? And how can we consistently engage the students in spite of everything that is happening around them? Because we have to be conscious of that. We are adults and we get distracted with what's happening in our community, in small community or in community in large. What makes us think our students are not going through that? So how can we, and that's the part that we continue to prioritize the social emotional learning, providing opportunities with mentors in our school, people that the students themselves have identified as a significant person or person that they could trust to help them deal with those emotions, and providing with the strategies on how to do with anxiety, how to do with the changes of learning format, because consistently they said, we want to come back to school. We want to be in school. We also design a professional development plan that we revise every 3 months, or before that, we ask the teachers and say, is this working? But more than anything, when we do those weekly learning focus walk, we wanted to have evidence that if we train you in this, those are the strategies that you're using, and how are you using them? So we are in that alignment between the classroom, the administrators, the instructional cabinet, and those conversations. And if we still don't see them, then that's a professional development that we need to repeat. And if we repeat and we still don't see it, then we need to have a conversation, what is happening? So it's that assessment and that feedback and that change that It's not a blueprint that is written and put in a bookshelf. It is something that is consistently visited and discussed. I'm very proud to say that 90% of that professional development, it is done, facilitated by our teachers on assignment, teachers, leaders in our school that have taken that lead and said, I have learned how to do emoji classrooms. I want to share with the school community. We also have learned that teachers learn very well from other teachers. And that has been great. We also have reached out to other community like BOCES, BOCES too, to continue to help us with the English language learners and the special ed, students with disability and programming. But again, 90% of that professional development is being facilitated by our own staff. We also created a teaching and learning page in which everything is right there for the teachers to find. Instead of having things in different ways, we created a page that every professional development that has taken place in the school, they just go to that link and everything is there, the PowerPoint, the resources, professional literature, any readings or any information aligned with the district, we connect that. So we help even the teachers, they also need our support so they don't have to go to 20 different places, but find one central place where to find that. I would say the key to continue to grow is that we need to keep our priorities straight, and that is students first. That must be the center of any decisions that we make. And then finding that balance that would keep us, focused, and finding those resources that support that not only our students need, but our staff need, and also our family and our leaders, the leadership team as well. And one key word that I would say is willingness. Sometimes you could provide the balance, the support, the resources, but we need to go a little bit, are you willing to do this? And I have to say that Monroe High School have a very willing, kind heart staff, willing to roll their sleeves and do the work. So we can move to the next one. So what we said, is it over? Have you done everything that needed to be done? I would say no, our journey continues. So what is next? So we are very happy to say that, our next slide, please, that we are in the preparation to share a program that we would be implementing next school year. And it's very interesting that as we were zooming into this meeting, I heard Commissioner Elliott that you were asking about the attendance and getting the kids engaged and all of that. And it really took us, my team and I, back to the conversation we had a couple of years ago. And I remember in that brainstorm session and saying, defining our school and asking our students, what did you want to see in our school? I remember Mr. Jason Mohammed said to me, well, Mrs. Blackman, I don't think no student will wake up in the morning and say, oh, I cannot wait to go to school and go to that Algebra 2 class. But they probably will wake up in the morning and be happy to come for a sport, for an event. And then once they're here, then it's our job to make sure they have everything they need to the academic part. And then it's up with that in mind that we tap, one of the things we wanted to do was to tap to the resources we already have. For example, the seal of biliteracy. Well, the seal of biliteracy we have the largest number of English language learners, right? So what for many schools having a large number of English language learners, they will say, oh, this is not good. We don't want them. This is not good for our accountability. We started thinking, okay, this is our population. What is the strength? What are they bringing? And they bring a lot to the table, you know, the cultural pride, the strength, languages. And then we started cultivating programs and systems to help them be successful in what they already brought to the table. So the same idea and philosophy, we want to present the SMART program, the sports, majors, athletics, and regions track. We have one of the most, and probably I would be happy to say, the most beautiful building in the city. Why not tap into that with that athletic department and facility? We have the volleyball team is one of the best volleyball team that we also have in the district. And our students are engaged and they are part of sports. So why not utilize that? And also knowing that the research in even our city school data states that in the period of 4 years, students who play sports have higher attendance and GPA and lower suspension rate. So looking at that data and looking at the resources we have, we want to create this unique pathway to graduation in which our students could achieve the New York State Regents diploma and meet the NCAA academic guidelines. We want our students to see themselves more than just being a player in the field. They could become, if they want to, you know, be youth sports coordinator, event coordinator, athletic director, our phys ed teachers. You know, maybe in our next health and sport director in the district, but giving them opportunities, internship, professional certification, and licensing. So that's why we are right now in the planning for this program that will be rolled out in next school year. And basically, we're not asking no money, no extra money for that because it's resources we already have. But again, it's looking and tapping into our own resources. So just to wrap up about the school, because we could have excellent programs and great events and good student, great professional development, but we do have to go back to graduation rate. And I just want to let you know that we are in the track to oversee our graduation rate. So while we did the 80.6, I always said we can't go back. It has to be higher. So currently we have an enrollment of 156 students. In order to meet the target given to us by the state, we only need 89. And I said, that's the target the state is giving us. But our target is that the minimum we will graduate would be 135. And the minimum we will present to this, to our chief, superintendent, and to this board will be a graduation rate of 82%. That's the minimum. And that beautiful graduation celebration that we had in our building summarized it all, that our student will cross 80, at least at 82% is projected. They are on track for graduation. So I started our meeting by reading the vision that says we will be the jewel of the city. But I think after all of this, you will agree with me that I think we are already the jewel of the city. And we are very proud, but I could say also this is not the work of one person. This is the team effort, this wonderful leadership team, many that are still with me and others that have moved on to other buildings and not longer with us. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you to our students, to our parents who trust us, and to our teachers that don't give up and continue to try and have that willingness. And thank you for the district for trusting us for this beautiful ministry is serving our students. Thank you.
Whoa. Sandra, that was, I tell you, I have no words. It was comprehensive. One of the best that I've heard. It just speaks to how we should be teaching our kids, and you, Sandra, with your team, Jason and Anthony and others. Listen, I just don't have the words, and I thank you so very much. I'm going to open it up. We have a couple of commissioners that have some questions, but I'm just really excited. I do have a question, but I'm just going to relish in what I've heard. Great story, and I'm going to start off with Commissioner Malloy, who has a question. Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. First and foremost, Ms. Blackman, I just want to commend you for the hard work and the success that you've had at Monroe. It really is the jewel of the city. I am just so in awe of what I've seen here tonight, and so I thank you for that. And congratulations to your team and the entire staff and to your students. And this is news that this is positive news we should be very proud of. Really intrigued by the SMART program. That sounds wonderful. And I guess I have a question, but it's probably not something that can be answered right now. It's more something for the question log, perhaps later. I guess I'm just wondering the breakdown of your diplomas, like the number of local diplomas versus our Regents diplomas and our advanced designation Regents diplomas. So at some point I would be interested to see that for Monroe High School. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner LeBron?
Also add your biliteracy dual diploma there, because there's some good data there from Monroe. So please make sure that's added in there so that we can highlight that work that you guys have done. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for being here tonight and presenting this to the community. And I know that there was a lot of information, a lot of numbers that are difficult to sometimes follow along. But what I want to say, my comments are to my own experience and coming out to Monroe multiple times and seeing firsthand, through experience, the level of commitment from Sandra, you and your team, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Rivera, and your entire staff. Like, there was never a time where I've ever entered Monroe and did not witness the dedication from every staff person, and witnessing it through the relationships that you all have with the students and the level of respect that families and students have for you. I went to your talent show as well last year, so there's some very talented individuals at Monroe, but it's very engaging for the students too, right? So that they can see themselves in real life situations. And so I just want to thank you and your entire team and staff for your dedication and hard work, and really committing to uplifting and supporting all of the students that walk through your doors and the families, and meeting them where they're at, and also never shaming them, right, for not being where they think they should be, but really supporting them and getting them where they need to be with love and dedication, and ensuring that they feel that love above anything and all else, that they know that they are surrounded by adults and educators and administration that loves them. So I just want to thank you all for that. And I also, to Dr. Myers and to the administration and to my fellow colleagues, want to emphasize that this is a model that can be replicated throughout our district. And we should be exploring how do we replicate this model throughout the district, and what supports our schools need so that this model can be replicated and clearly to, adapted to the needs of each school. So again, thank you all for your dedication and hard work, and definitely the jewel of the city in my eyes. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, because I know what I know, I couldn't let this opportunity go by without taking my hat off to you. You know, your team has done, I'm telling you, down in the boondocks, they talking about y'all. Y'all have done a fabulous job. And so I just wanted to say kudos to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Sandra, I would ask you one question. I think there was some questions about the increase from 60.7% to 80.6%. Can you explain that jump? Because that seems to be a really ambitious jump. What'd you do in order to get from 60% to 80%?
Consistency. It was our third year doing the same accountability meetings, the same cohort of team working, the same language, the same, everyone was repeating the same thing. Also, we were able to reduce our overage and under credit. We were able, having those accountability conversations, we no longer waiting until having that gap increase, but that gap began to decrease. And then having the kids at grade level, then offering opportunities would definitely was a big eye opener. And then when we were able to see, wow, we were able to retain the students. That was another thing. The students that entered in 9th grade, we retained them with us. And I remembered in the message that Dr. Myers gave to that graduation class was that she was able to say that 76% of those students remain with us. And that's the key. They came as a 9th grade and did not want to leave. And there was time that was said, if you're not in class, your seat will be taken, and literally will be taken, because the enrollment placement was waiting to fill that space. And students and families knew families do not want to leave once they come to Monroe. They don't want to leave. They want to stay. So I would say those accountability, the consistency, the accountability conversation of prevention, not waiting for the students to fail, but also retaining the students be able to stay with us. That was the key subject. If they're in front of us and they stay with us, we guarantee the parents, we graduate them. And if you lose and don't stay with us, your seat will be taken and you will not have it. So they knew that. I definitely believe those are 3 big factors that help us.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, you have a question?
Yes. First, I want to congratulate you on outstanding performance. And I was very pleased to hear you speak of community involvement, reaching out to the community and using those resources to assist you. It's one of the things that I've been pushing for years, that there are community-based organizations that can provide assistance. But I guess my question to you is, how do you go about recruiting the various community-based organizations? Do you research to see the services that they're offering and how they fit into your plan, and how is that? And it seems like it's worked for you pretty great.
Mm-hmm. Well, from the beginning, there was always been at Monroe High School, so that definitely with money or without money, Monroe always has been there. So my kudos to my Monroe, to my Vero family, and thank you for that. Center for Youth also been there. One, Mr. Clark, one thing that we began to notice, it was that once we received the receivership money and people in the community knew, oh, there is money, then everybody started knocking on the door. Then everybody wanted to be part of Monroe High School, and then saw the building, oh my goodness, then. But then I began the screening process. Okay, what did you bring to benefit our students? And you need to show me data as well. These are the targets that we have. this is the attendance that we need. This is what we need. Then I will say, I began to say, what do you have to offer? Screen that, and then say, let me see if you are able to give me the outcomes our students and family needs, then we could keep you. Right now, those community partners, and I have Ms. Rivera here too to help me find this, but I believe only 2 of those community partners right now are being MOUs that they receive payment. Everybody else remains in kind or somehow. So they came in again and do not want to leave, and they're engaged with our students, and they're always asking what else can we do for the school. One of the things I'm very happy to say that there have been times that we call a meeting and within 2 hours, they all come in. They all show up. At one moment, our school was impacted by some shootings in the community, and some of our families, students were affected, and we made phone calls. The interfaith family and community members quickly said present. And also we want to have community partners that represent our community. So I not only want to celebrate Ibero, but I also want to say that the mask, our brothers in the mask were always been there at Monroe. And they have come in to speeches, assemblies. They have walked the hallways. There was one time they standing with beautifully handsome with their black and white suits, and our students thought the FBI were in the school. And I said, yes, they are, to make sure you are in class. So we have embraced community that represent also our students. So that has been the key as well. And they believe and trust us too. So I want to say thank you to the Masco Rochester for the brothers and sisters for coming into our school and not be afraid of our students. Because that's another key. A lot of people come in and you take them to the cafeteria, and if they could run, but not them. So that's also been a key, Mr. Clark.
Well, great, thank you. And as I indicated, just an outstanding presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Ms. Klingscale, do you have any questions for the Monroe team? Okay. Well, I don't have the words really to thank you all for the presentation. It was in depth. It was comprehensive. It's the kind of presentation, I believe, that can be instructional. And so I'm hoping that people listen to it and to really understand what you all did over at Monroe in order to make it as successful as it is now. And I thank you so very much for coming, you or your team. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the transition planning graduation for special education.
Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here, and that was a fabulous presentation. I'm going to follow it up with a short presentation, as these will be these will occur every month. So for this month, since I heard that Monroe was planning on presenting their wonderful data and their progress towards graduation, I thought I'd focus on a little piece of student with disabilities and transition planning and how important that is, and how it is elevating our students with disabilities and their graduation rate as well. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So what is transition planning? It's a part of the IEP, and it is a process that is mandated, and it aligns courses of study that are meaningful for students with post-secondary plans. There is explicit teaching of skills and knowledge to prepare our students for adulthood, and it connects our children to adult agencies for a smooth transition as they leave us, it leaves the walls of our high schools. And each year at the Individualized Education Program IEP meeting, we ensure that we're taking a look at goals after graduation. We take a look at student strengths and interests, and we take a look at promoting self-advocacy and independent living skills, as well as services that can help move the students forward towards their desired goals. It's for many of our students, it's how can we prepare them for life when they leave us? And it takes a variety of forms. Next slide, please. So some of the things that we have started, we have now a transition team. It includes our director, Amy Tata, who's been leading that, and our associate directors of special education and transition specialists. We too have a laser-like focus on taking a look at transcripts and reviewing the pathways and tracking for each student with a disability, catching them before they fail. Similar to what Monroe is saying, you know, taking a look at, we don't want to wait for the report card, right? We want to make sure we're putting in strategies and credit recovery prior to that grade coming out on a report card. We have professional development for transition planning and graduation pathways for our staff. We have compliance checks. We have IEPs that are pulled. We take a look at transition planning, and we make sure that they rise to the level of New York State's Indicator 13, which is a self-review process to ensure that each plan each IEP has a transition plan. We provide guidance for implementation and documentation of our career development and occupational studies credential and work-based learning, which have helped tremendously our students with disabilities. And it's very important that we make connections for our post-secondary agencies like Access VR. We have a wonderful program called Project Search, which is real life partnership in working in real life situations. It's a wonderful program. So we definitely, what are some of those things that we do? We collaborate with our CPAC members. We complete and monitor student exit summaries. Every student requires an exit summary and an employability profile. We take a look at post-secondary education, career training, employment, adult services, of course, independent living, and really important pieces, as Monroe talked about, those community participations and connections, recreational activities, neighborhood living, and leisure activities. You can go next. So here are some of the graduation pathway options. You can see that the Career Development and Occupational Studies credential is starred. And the reason why is that that has been a tremendous lift for our students. It's work experience, and it counts, and it's CTE coursework, and it counts and replaces one of the social studies regions that normally students would need to take. So that has really helped in bringing great success to our students. Next slide, please. And the last thing is I want to share with you is our graduation rate for students with disabilities is also heading in the right direction. And you can see that in 2018-19, this is when our transition team began. It was formed, and they started to focus on graduation rates for our students and what could we do to make a difference and how can we strengthen that area of the IEP. So we have gone from, and I'm sorry, I thought the numbers were on here, but for 16-17, it was 34%. There's a misprint there.
Yeah, 17, 18.
18, it was 36%. For 18-19 is 42%. And we're anticipating release of information that 19-20 will be at 47%. And I think that's all I have for you. It's a quick synopsis of just what we do for transition planning for our students with disabilities to work towards a higher rate of graduation.
Thank you, Desiree. Commissioner Malloy, you have a question?
And just very quickly, and you have to forgive me, Desiree, I'm a little sleepy this evening. My question is, does this data reflect students just with IEPs, or does it also include our 504 plan students?
That's only students with IEPs.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Vice President Elliott, just a comment. Because special education really is an area of focus for us in the Rochester City School District, we just wanted to ensure that each time that we have an ESA meeting, that we do come to the board and the public to let them know a different aspect of special education and how we are planning it.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that the board, that all of the commissioners understand that, but I just wanted to make sure that those who are watching and tuning in either live or later, that they understand that this will be a regular part of our repertoire moving forward, so that the board is in the loop and the community and public's in the loop.
Yeah, we certainly would appreciate that, because that's, as you said, it's very important to us. And, you know, we want to make sure that all of our students are doing well, regardless of, you know, the personal position, personal disability. So, and everybody can do it well. So thank you very much. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the data and accountability sources. And Dr. Morris will make that presentation.
You're muted, Dr. Morris.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if we wanted to make a friendly suggestion if community schools wanted to go first, so that Kelly Briggs could do her presentation, and then I'll review the websites.
Is that okay, Vice President Elliott?
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Kelly Briggs, and I'm the Director of Community Schools, and I'm excited to present to you what we got going on in community schools. All right. And I have the honor in community schools of working with 20 awesome community school site coordinators who are out in the community trying to help our students and parents, going above and beyond to do what it takes to help our students receive not only the best education, but also focusing on the whole child to give them the best of everything that we can do in the Rochester City School District. And it all starts here with our district strategic plan. Our community school department and everything that we do is in alignment with our strategic plan, which is the roadway and the pathway for success for our wonderful students. And here, our strategic plan with its objectives and its objectives and priorities. Everything that we do, again, is fully aligned, all of our services with this plan. And I just want to go over our agenda for today for this presentation. We will talk about our community school pillars, highlight some of the things that we're doing in the department, who are we, in the student spotlight. So if I have to talk about a definition of a community school is both a place and a set of partnerships between the school and other community resources. It's integrated focus on academics, health and social services, youth, and community development and community engagement. It leads to improved student learning, stronger families, and healthier communities. Now, our community schools are based in 4 pillars. Now, there are several community schools across the country. A lot of people say community school model or strategy. All of our community schools, the work that's determined is based on that community, based on that district. But there are some things that they all have in common, and it's these 4 pillars. Pillar number 1, integrated student supports. This is where we take a whole child approach by coordinating supporting programs to address all of the out-of-school learning barriers for our students and their families. That's wraparound services, mental and physical health services and supports to help our students succeed. Then we have pillar number 2, expanded and enriched learning time and opportunities. Now that's enrichment activities that emphasize that 21st century learning. And I also want to add that we also focus on that enrichment aspect where a lot of our schools during the school day, we have tutoring services set up. We even have our partners that come in and offer professional learning for our students and for our parents. We're really, really trying to focus on not only just the student, but bringing in our parents into all areas of learning so that they can learn along with our students. And then there's pillar number 3. That's active family and community engagement. Again, we're partnering with our parents and community to develop and promote a vision for our students' success. And then we have our collaborative leadership and practices. And I call that the glue that holds it all together. That's where our parents, our students, teachers, principals, assistant principals, site coordinators, and community partners, they build a culture of professional learning, that collective trust, and a shared responsibility. In some of our buildings, we have all of these different entities working together, which we like to call stakeholders. They're part of our community engagement teams, our social emotional learning teams, and our attendance teams. And so I'd like to highlight some of our 2021 things that we're doing in the Community Schools Department. I know I have a short amount of time, so I can't show you everything. So I will focus on a couple things. I'd like to first talk about our Community Schools Professional Learning Series that we do have going on right now. I'm just going to go to my next screen to get to that, just a minute. Okay, just waiting for my screen to pull up. All right, just want to make sure that everyone can see that screen there. Okay, so during our professional learning series, we are focusing on asset-based community development. One of the things that one of the many things that parents and students have told me is the importance of schools understanding not only about their neighborhoods, but actually coming in their neighborhoods, investing in that time, spending, getting to know who they are, where they are from, and learning about the assets in their communities. A lot of times the things that we see on TV, we see all the deficits, but we want to look at the assets. So what that does, that entails building a relationship with our students, families, and community members. So one of the projects that we have here, we're highlighting this Community Schools Professional Learning Series 101, and we're starting at Community School number 16, that's John Walton Spencer. Myself, the Community Schools Director, and the site coordinators will work together to offer professional learning at each of their schools. So again, this is one of the projects that the teachers are working on. They had to pick a student from their classroom. We just wanted them to put the first name, the grade level, and I took the address off for today, but their neighborhood. And what they had to do was to research that neighborhood. When we looked on different maps that were created, there was a lot of negative language, deficit view language. So what we want to do, and one of the things that we always say in the city school district, we want to change that narrative. So here, the teachers had to go in, find out, and really look for the assets in that neighborhood. So we wanted to look at the associations, the institutions, the individuals. And this is something that required asking around, asking students, asking parents, asking different organizations in that particular community about who are the people with different giftings and talents. They also had to look at the local economy and physical spaces. And this is an example of another teacher who looked at the 19th Ward. And again, we want them to get the addresses and the phone numbers because our next step is to connect with these organizations and to bring them into the school to see how we can work together, how they can come to the school, and how we can go there. All right, and I also want to talk about another initiative that we're doing. We have our site coordinators. So a thing that I put in place, and they have really taken off with this, we wanted to see where is everybody focused in their work at. So we have this site coordinators evidence collecting document. We also wanted to make sure that we align this with our community school pillars. So every couple of weeks, each coordinator goes into this document and they update it to show what they are working on. So if you see right here, this particular coordinator, she's working on sustaining the caring and clothing closet at her particular school. So what they do is they just write a brief description of what they're working on, and they just select the pillars that it's aligned with. And what we do is when I meet with the coordinators, we have meetings once a month, and we also have one-to-one meetings. We look at this as a time to highlight our work, but also to share with each other what we're doing to help our students and families. This has been very beneficial because some coordinators will see, for example, we had a coordinator who set up something with partners with Amazon, and the other coordinators wanted to find out about it. So she offered like a little PD to the coordinators to tell them about what she was doing. So that's why this document helps us, because we look at each other's practice and we learn from each other. But I also get to look at it to highlight what each coordinator is doing. And so this is a document that is a continuous document that will follow the coordinators throughout their coordinating careers. And I also like to look at one more thing. We're also working on scaling up our community engagement teams. As we talk about collaborative leadership and practices, we understand the importance of our community engagement teams. What we want to do is scale them up. And what I mean by that is looking at our data. Here I have an example of Edison Career Technology High School's document. We call it the Community School Indicator Deep Dive Document. So we use this for our schools that are in receivership, and we use it for our schools that have set plans. But what we did here, we looked at their attendance and what interventions they're doing, what's already in place. Then we want to see how is this aligning with Tenet 6 and Pillar number 3, which is active family and community engagement. Then we want to look at what is the school currently doing in the building, and then what other supports do they have in place from our agencies. But now with the community engagement team, we go to the last two columns where the team looks at this and they analyze that, and they come up with other different innovative things that we can do to help with this particular school's chronic absenteeism problem. So this is something that we're going to be doing. We just started with 2 model schools. I always like to pilot in 1 or 2 schools, see how it works, and then spread it out to the other schools. So this one here is an example from Edison Career Technology High School. And this is another one from Leadership Academy for Young Men. Here at this school, we know it's an all-boys school. So we want to bring in people like My Brother's Keeper, Anthony Jordan, and Carlos Cotto to actually work with our young men. So we were looking at what kind of things can we do for them. So here they talked about, let's bring in some young men who've graduated from RCSD and college to mentor our young males. So these are the types of things that we want to have on our CET. So that's why I always talk to our team and the coordinators. We're looking at who's at the table. We want to make sure if there's a resource that we need, if there's an organization, anything else, if we're seeing when we go on home visits or attendance visits, our parents need something, let's connect to an organization that can help us with that. And this happens by constantly looking at our data on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, whatever we need to do to bring the best for our students and our parents. And again, we've had 3 community food distribution events. We had 2 in November and we had 1 in December. And I tell you, it was rewarding for all of us because we were able to serve the community and we were able to hear from the community. Site coordinators came and they picked up baskets for families who didn't have transportation and they delivered them. We had different people in the community coming up saying, thank you. When are you going to do this again? We had a father who was in tears. He was looking for food. He had 7 kids, single father, and he didn't know where he's going to find food from. He drove up and reloaded his car with baskets. He showed us the need. We partner with Food Link. They call us every time they have extras, my coordinators or myself, they go and they get it because we want to do whatever it takes to help our families. And we also have a site coordinators network where our community school site coordinators and myself, this is our professional learning time. We learn from each other, but we also invite partners in. For example, we had a meeting last month with the R centers. And we're looking at, especially when we go back, we're doing our remote learning, but when we go back to simultaneous learning and other learning experiences, when we go back full time, how can we use the R centers to help us? A lot of our families don't have transportation to get to our schools, but they do live by our centers. And a lot of times they have relationships with the people at the centers. So we want to start to partner with not only our centers, but our churches. We have those fabulous faith-based partnerships, and a lot of our churches will open doors to have meetings. We want to start to really get in this community and really including the community for that engagement piece, not just involvement, but engagement. And community schools is also an equity strategy. For all of the services and different things that we provide for our students, we're able to remove a lot of those barriers. I was able to get this awesome document here from a community schools workshop on parent engagement with the equity focus. And it has definitions for diversity, belonging, inclusion, and equity. But when you look at the bottom of it, when it talks about diversity, you've been asked to the party. When it talks about belonging, you feel comfortable and welcome going to the party. When we look at inclusion, you've been asked to help plan the party. But the part here that I love is the equity piece. It redefines what the party entails and who has the power to plan the party. And that's exactly what community schools is all about, that equity, making sure that we're redefining who and what the party entails. And that's bringing our students, our families, our staff, our partners, the community, principals, everybody together to work to make the best education and life that we can for our students. And here we have an awesome student here, Yabnel Carlos Torres. I wanted to put his picture up. He participated and has been volunteering at all of our food distribution events. He's a recent RCSD alumni, graduate. He graduated from Monroe High School. I did tape him, but the video was kind of blurry. So what I did was I wrote down what Yabnel said. We were so impressed that day because this young man had such great leadership qualities, and he told us that he learned that from the My Brother's Keeper being a fellow. But he also told us that he was so excited about graduating from Monroe High School. And he also said to me, he said, Ms. Briggs, a lot of people always say negative things about the Rochester City School District, but I want you to know that I'm a success story. I'm in college and I'm doing something with my life. So I want people to stop dogging out the city school district. And that's Mr. Yabnel Carlos Torres. And so I'd like to say thank you for allowing me to present before you. Thank you to all of the commissioners. Thank you to Dr. Meyer-Small. Thank you to Dr. Morris, Dan Hurley, our chiefs, Mike Schmidt, Kalia Wade, Rahima Wynn, and just to everyone that has helped us in the community schools department. It takes a village, it takes a village, it takes a village. We are going to keep on trucking on. We're going to keep on helping and servicing our students, our families, and our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. We really appreciate your presentation. I see a few hands up. I'm going to go with, well, Commissioner, Superintendent, you have your hand up. You have a question?
Sure. First and foremost, Kelly, thank you. That was wonderful. I appreciate this evening is a little bit longer than we expected, but your enthusiasm and your passion for community schools is so apparent. And so I want to thank you for your leadership and the way that you implement the program with fidelity to ensure that our students and their families and our staff have the supports that they need to move forward. So I have to start by saying that first and foremost. The second thing, I believe when you went into your examples, I believe the first one, was that called asset mapping? Did I get that right?
Yes.
So what I'm going to ask you to do, and we can follow up later, is I need for you to connect with Elizabeth Reyes, our Executive Director for Social Emotional Learning, but she's also over equity, diversity, and inclusion, because that work that you are doing very much correlates and ties into the work of the racial equity plan that she is moving forward. And I think it's a good way to really show boots on the ground how this work is impacting staff by staff and classroom by classroom. So I want to figure out how to make sure that this work and some of these artifacts or examples are connected back to her work, because it is very tangible and it is very pertinent. So if you would make a note to do that, I would appreciate it. And I want to say thank you for also mapping your work very tangibly and coherently back to the strategic plan, because that's really the goal. The strategic plan is the foundation and the framework. It should be for everything that we do. And you did that very clearly and well. So well done. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Commissioner Malloy, you have a question?
Thank you, Vice President. More comment. I just wanted to piggyback on what Dr. Myers-Small had said. My question was just if we could get a copy as board commissioners of the asset mapping documents that you had shared with us. I know as an educator, I'm really thrilled at what I saw and would love to utilize that, with my own students. So just really great work. I can't speak highly enough of community schools and the work that you're doing. So thank you. This is just so critical for our community. So I thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
I'd also like to add, I'm sorry. I just want to add that with that asset map, so the teachers, the social workers, and the parent liaison that's in that workshop, this was an example for them. But the goal is to teach our students how to asset map their own neighborhoods, and the students educate us and teach us about the neighborhoods. We'd even like to have a project where we get the students and the parents, because we want to learn, but we want them to have the skills to be advocates and to be able to talk about their own communities.
Let me just also interject here, Kelly. They're over at School Without Walls. They were doing some of that asset mapping a few years ago. So there may be the current principal now may have the contact person. That person graduated, but there was an organization. He was working with School Without Walls. He was working with the city. They were doing some asset mapping over there. So you may want to reach out to them as well. This has been a few years ago, but they still may have contacts over there. Commissioner LeBron?
Thank you. First, let me just say, Kelly, I do appreciate your energy and your enthusiasm for this work as well. And just for full disclosure, I got the opportunity to meet with Kelly because many of you know I've transitioned into a new role, and a lot of the work that Kelly does is with multiple partners. And so there was a lot of crossover of partners and tables. And I was like, I need to meet this Kelly person for myself. And she's just as amazing as everyone described. And when she was talking to me about community schools, I really wanted her to come and do this presentation. So I don't know how she got on the agenda today, but I thank you, Commissioner Elliott, for her being here with this presentation, because I was going to formally request it, because I do think that the work that she and her team are doing was just amazing. And we should be, all of us as commissioners know what's happening with this community as well, because it's often work that's not getting the headlines and frequently known. And I just didn't want it to go unnoticed that there is a lot of hard work happening in our community schools. I want to just comment to some of the best practices that Kelly does with her team and that I really appreciate. The data collecting document, I have used that I use that now, but I call those work plans. And so that at any given moment, at any given time, and I've said this before, staff, if they're doing the work, besides teachers and educators, because they're teaching and that's the work in itself, but other staff in our district who hold titles that we may just not fully comprehend what they're doing day to day. This is a way to show the work that they're doing at any given time from any commissioner that asks or any administrator that asks. And I really appreciate that, because oftentimes when we get into the the ground of this work. And we're just moving, and we don't take time to at least document the work that we're doing, even if it's just for ourselves, to look back and look at the impact that an individual has made in a school, in a family, in this community over the course of time. That's really hard to backtrack. And I know, because still am at times, someone who's always on the go. And it's really hard for me to like sit down and write and document what I've done. So I appreciate the best practice of a work plan and the data collecting and the evidence-based aspect of the work that you do and how you lead your team. And then lastly, I just want to say, and I've said this before, and Leslie has heard me mention this multiple times, I 100%, as a commissioner and as a parent and as someone actively involved in my community, would love to see our entire district convert to neighborhood community schools. And that would even out this notion that one neighborhood would be better than another if all of our schools had all of the supports that they need so that our students and our families are getting those supports while they're in school, but connected to the resources in the community right after school. And so I know right now that the parent choice policy is not up for discussion, but I just want to put that out there, that we continue to have these conversations, but that we eventually move forward as a board to change the models of our school and how school selection happens for our community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I'm going to ask our parent rep if she has any questions. Ms. Clinkscale? Maybe she left. Callie, can you check to see if she's still with us?
She's still.
I have a couple of questions. You're there, Ms. Clinkscale?
She's still here in the room.
Okay. A couple questions that I have. How many community schools do we have?
We have 20.
How many?
20.
We have 20 community schools. And so what are we trying to accomplish in our community schools? What's the bottom line of providing this kind of support for our students and families? What are we hopefully trying to achieve?
Well, the community school strategy, is also educational improvement strategy. We got this way from schools, being originally in receivership. We got a lot of schools that started in receivership that are now out of receivership. And the schools that are currently in receivership, they're all working on a set of practices. I was just in a receivership meeting today. They're all working together and looking at other schools that were in receivership and looking at those best practices to get out of receivership. But the awesome thing about it is that when they get out, they're still community schools.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question that I have before I turn it over to Commissioner Powell. I just would recommend, with regard to Leadership Academy, that charter, that Charlotte Neighborhood Association, if there can be a bridge to try to work, there's over the years been conflict over there. I'm the liaison to that school. So if we could help to bridge that. I know that the president of their neighborhood association was at one point working with Leadership Academy, but the neighborhood has not been as warm and welcoming of our students. And so we need to, and our students are just being students. They're just being teenagers. So we need to help to mitigate that relationship, bridge it better. So Dr. Myers-Small, if I'm directing it to you, if we can have our community site coordinator to work on that, that would be I think that would be a huge win. If at the end of the day, the Charlotte Neighborhood Association are really supporting our students at Leadership Academy. Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Powell?
Can I say something, Commissioner, quickly about that?
Who's that?
Can I say something quickly?
Yes, please.
So our site coordinator leadership actually attends the Charlotte Association meetings on a bi-weekly basis, and they are active in the school. They actually offer to help with their attendance, chronic absenteeism. They want to be part of that. So they're actually building an excellent relationship with that particular association. And that's one of the things that all of our schools are doing, is really tapping into those neighborhood associations. And majority of them do attend the community engagement team meetings.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm glad to hear that. Commissioner Powell?
Thank you. So to knit a couple of ideas together that I heard, we have 20 out of rounding 60 schools that are community schools. And as I perceive it, that really is the vision for this district, although probably not stated in so many words. We have a policy on our books called the small school units policy that used to be the vision for how we did student school improvement and student achievement improvement. And it really never took off. It was negotiated. It was part of an RTA negotiation, I think, and I'm not sure if we could just drop the policy without talking to the unions first. But what I'm getting at is, before we can start talking about how we do placement differently, we have to actually improve all schools so that parents want to go to them, yeah? And community schools being the vision of how we get there, how we make each school a desirable location for parents and students. Perhaps the superintendent would be interested in charting a path on how we could get to all of our schools being community schools, so that then the groundwork is laid to make changes to our placement process. I mean, it doesn't make sense to change or to eliminate parents' choices if we haven't given them good schools to choose from, right? If we don't improve the quality of the schools they have to choose from within our system, they will go outside the system. They will choose charter schools, they will choose parochial schools, or they'll move out of the city. So it seems to me that this is the structure by which we lay the foundation for future changes, which other board members have already spoken about. Just some food for thought.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Dr. Jallo?
Yes, good evening, Ms. Briggs. How does the district measure the success of the 20 community schools? What are the metrics and what data do we have to show how successful each of these models are, how they're operating or against the four principles? Where's the data to show that these 20 schools are successful, and how many of the 20 schools are CSI schools? Are they all CSI?
No. We have 11 receivership schools, and we have, and I wrote that down just so I can make sure I have it correctly. We have 11 receivership schools, and we have 6 TSI schools. We have six TSI schools, 1 CSI school, and we have 2 good standing schools. And so what we do is, especially with the receivership and the TSI, CSI schools, I have the opportunity, being part of the Office of School Innovation, to work with those TSI schools as well. And so we constantly look at their data in receivership schools, and we have meetings, weekly meetings or CET meetings. We look at their data to see where they're growing in areas that they need to improve in. And so we look at the data 24/7. But if you'd like for me to put something together, I can do that and provide that for you.
I think that's a good idea, because to say that you just have community schools is not enough at this point. You have 20 schools, they're all community schools. Show us the metrics and show us how they're doing as an aggregate and how they're doing as individual schools, so that we can see how successful they are. I'm sure they're all at different varying levels of success. So to just lump them all together, I think is an injustice to those that are doing better. So let's see the data. You know, when people are making these presentations, let's see the data that shows how well these schools are performing, either academically or through the social emotional or through the chronic absenteeism or whatever it is that brought them to the place where they adopted this model.
Yeah, I think that's important because Chairperson LeBron for the Finance Committee, we need to understand if this investment in community schools is actually, yielding a benefit to us. So that may be something from the Finance Committee, Commissioner LeBron, that we take a look at as well. So, Commissioner Adams?
Yeah, I've been looking at community schools and neighborhood schools issue on that for a long time. And what gives me validation that something is working is when you have a community school and more people from that community are signing up to go to that school. Where I live at, there's a school 1 block away. I absolutely did not go to that school, did not let my kids go there. But today, I could let my kids go to number 16. But in that in itself, from the parents, from the family, from the community, utilizing school is proof that it's working, because we are quick to go somewhere else. In a school, in a district that's got so much transportation, we ain't going nowhere unless it's got it going on. And so for me, when you have more people from the neighborhood signing up their kids at pre-K, kindergarten, or whatever, that's the tell-all for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I'll take up your charge that you just asked for us to do that in finance, to look at that. I want to add to the argument of improving all schools. We haven't done it. So now we're back to, in my opinion, back to square one, where we still have schools that families don't like. But then also, if I have the choice of picking a community school versus a school that doesn't have those supports, and I'm the same parent that I was when I had Naisha and Gina back in the day, I would most likely, hands down, would have selected a community school to get those additional supports for me and my family. I do want to just highlight, Dr. Jallo and to Vice President Elliott, that there are often data points that are not necessarily collected or viewed from the district's perspective on community schools. And so I think I can actually start figuring out, and Kelly, I'll reach out to you as well, but looking at how our health systems and our CBOs and our partners collect that data, because there are organizations that do collect that data for their own work, especially in the healthcare field, but we end up not collaborating and I guess bringing that data together to make a bigger picture for the argument for community schools. So I wholeheartedly support that we collect data internally, externally, and then get a full picture of the impact of community schools, both in the neighborhoods, in the community, for families. So maybe that's something, Kelly, in the future, we can work on cross-collaborating with our other tables for data collection. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any other questions for community schools? Thank you, Kelly, appreciate it. Nice to meet you. And the last agenda item that we have, at least for the ESA, is the presentation on data and accountability sources. And that's Dr. Morris.
Hi, everyone. So my presentation of the websites are going to be super quick because you all have the links to the website. So I'll at least bring you to the landing page for each one of the websites, give you a brief explanation, and I'm more than happy to explain any of these at another time because we are way over our allotted time tonight. So I want to make sure that you all know about these two places, and if you have questions, let me know. So I'm just going to share my screen really quickly. So we are happy to share two websites that have some information on data and information about our strategic plan process and the progress. I know that's one of the things we've discussed tonight. So wanted to very, very quickly show you where to access the New York State Public Data site and the parent dashboard there, and also show you all our Rochester Strategic Plan website, where you can see where we are storing and reporting on the process of our strategic plan and how we're progressing to meet those objectives. So the first one I want to show you very quickly, a location for is for our New York State Public Data site and a parent dashboard. The parent dashboard is a new piece of the New York State data site, and it has a lot of different information that is collated on this website to help make a little bit more sense of different things that are related to student achievement at the district, at the schools. You can get county information, etc. And it has a lot of different overview of vocabulary. So you don't have to spend a lot of time trying to understand which each one of these terms mean. They have links right there that are easy for you to interface. And so here is, let me head on. Not sure if you can get it, but the, hold on. The New York State dashboard is right here. So the parent dashboard, when you go in here, you can just simply type in the district or the school that you would like to learn more about, and it will bring up any information that you need, and it will bring you up a list of schools across the state. You can also look at it by district. What you can also do when you get to that page is you'll see that there are so many different resources that are available, and you'll be able to look at areas where it provides overview of counts of students and other data points. And as data are released by the New York State Education Department, they will be released through this portal and publicly available for everyone. So this is just something I wanted to make sure that everyone knew how to get here. And the public piece that's related to parents is to help that be a little bit more easy to understand through going through that interface, because a lot of the different pieces are broken out and defined. So with that in mind, I'm now going to go back to our presentation, and I'm going to go to the second piece, which is related to the Rochester Strategic Plan. And so as an aspect of our strategic plan, one of the indicators that we said we would deliver is a website that would have our information about what the strategic plan is, what we're doing within the strategic plan, and some of our goals and objectives and the data that goes along with it. So I'm going to show you our new strategic plan website. So just very quickly, this strategic plan website will show information and background about the strategic plan. It gives an overview. There is an opportunity for you to download and view the strategic plan. There are different contents that we have provided in this website, which include the mission and the vision and the core beliefs of the district, the work that is happening in the strategic plan and the task forces, what the task force's responsibility, and once we get their outcomes and start to get the deliverables, that will be included here as well. And lastly, we also have our objectives and our priorities that have been identified in the strategic plan. And we also have data that is linked here that identify our targets by district priority. So I'm not going to link or click through all of these things today because I know we're very short on time, but I at least wanted to let you all know that this site is up and live and available for you all to take a look at, and would love any questions that you may have. Please feel free to send them in the log, and we'll be more than happy to share any information that you may need. And I will stop sharing. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Morris. Any questions? Madam Superintendent?
Sure, just a really quick comment. So remember when President White earlier asked about our focus on 3 through 8 testing and our emphasis, this is the area that the board, the public can go to track our progress, to see where it is. So our work is very transparent, and very comprehensive as we continue to move forward. So this is the area that you can just do a quick check. But if there's additional information that you seek or that you need, we can certainly get that for you. But just to connect the dots.
Thank you. One question though, where does the academic plan, is there a link for the academic plan in here? Can they sort of be side by side, or how are we infusing the academic plan in the strategic plan?
By academic plan, are you referring to the independent?
Dr. Jallo's plan.
So that is on the Rochester website, on the city school district website. It's under, if you look for Dr. Jallo, there's a page with the financial plan, and it has the academic plan as well on there. And there's all of the artifacts that have been published through Dr. Jallo's work on that page.
Okay, all right. Okay, one of the questions that we're gonna be looking at going forward is the notion around leading and lagging indicators. So if there are areas that are lagging in, or if there, and some of that we discussed tonight with the attendance records. And so, you know, we want to make sure that we know where we are, why we aren't where we're supposed to be. So in future meetings, we're going to be, you know, asking your team, Dr. Myers-Small, to, you know, give us some, you know, response to why we are where we are, as we're doing with the attendance records as an example. So I want to thank everybody. Dr. Myers-Small, I have to see a hand up. Is that a new hand?
No, it should be lowered. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments from commissioners around ES&A? I know that this was a long meeting. I found it very good, though. It was very, very good. The information that was presented was very good. So I want to thank all of the presenters. I tell you, I feel more, believe it or not, even after 20 years, more informed tonight than I've been in the past. So really want to thank every presenter, particularly, you know, Sandra Chevrolet Blackman from Monroe High School. What an amazing efforts that they've done over at Monroe High School. And I will ask for a motion to adjourn the ESA meeting.
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
And that concludes the the ESA committee meeting. But now we have to go into executive session. So can I get a motion to go into executive session?
I'll move.
Nope, just one thing before we do, remember.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I asked Vice President Elliott, President White to be moved to the end. I just wanted to acknowledge formally that we have a new chancellor, and that is Dr. Lester Young, Jr. He is the first African-American chancellor to be in that role in the New York State Education Department. He's from downstate, and Chancellor Young actually held the same position or a similar position that I did in the state education department. So he was an assistant commissioner, an associate commissioner. He also was a superintendent downstate. And he just has an extremely prolific career. As Vice President Elliott asked me, his father was a famous jazz musician. He played the saxophone. And so he has just kind of a rich heritage. But Chancellor Young is he was then a regent, was the one who created My Brother's Keeper, of which Rochester City School District participates in. And we have a very active group here in Rochester. But we would be remiss if we did not acknowledge certainly this historic accomplishment, but to acknowledge our newly appointed unanimously Chancellor Young, and we are thrilled to work with him in this capacity. He is very supportive and knowledgeable about Rochester City School District, so we look forward to working with him in this new capacity. Congratulations on behalf of the district to Chancellor Lester Young.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So can I get that motion to go into executive session?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I think we have to say why we're going into executive session.
We're going
Vice President, I think you want to go into discuss matters leading to the employment of a particular person.
So we will go into executive session regarding matters of a particular person. So all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We will come out of executive session. Not sure exactly when. Hopefully it will be quick. But if you cannot stay around, thank you for joining us. We really do appreciate you being here. We know it was a pretty in-depth meeting tonight, but hopefully you got some information around our academic pursuits in this district. Thank you. So thank you all. We are back and we are left with having to do our survey. So we will do the survey. And after the survey, we will offer a motion to adjourn our meeting. Oh, we probably need to, there was no new business. So, all right. So it's all done?
We are still waiting on a couple folks.
Okay.
I'm waiting on the Bills to do their thing this week yet.
Commissioner Adams.
You know what? I love it. Commissioner Adams is ride or die, right? I love it.
There are a lot of them in this community, right?
Yes.
A lot of them right here in my household, sadly.
Long time coming. I'm rooting for him. I hope so.
My son reminded my husband that if the Bills made it to the Super Bowl, they were going to get tickets. And I'm like, yeah, when was that bargain made? 10 years ago? Like, no, you're not getting tickets to a COVID spreading event. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you all for joining us. If you're still out there with us, we think it was a pretty good meeting. We hope you feel the same way. And so I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to offer a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Commissioner Powell did.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Nice.